Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean, and we are live tonight, coming to you from the great state of Florida on the Nature Coast. I am your host, Jeff Norton, your master of ceremonies tonight, your captain of this ship. Man, do we have a show in store for you. We have a show every night in store for you, but this one's going to be a good one. We're going to be talking about hidden histories with our very special guest, Don Jeffries, in a few minutes. But first, we got to take care of a little bit of business. It's how we pay the bills. It's how we afford to bring you these great shows with these great guests. First of all, I want to say everybody out there on YouTube, if you're watching us on YouTube, welcome. If you are watching the show for the first time, or you have not done so, that is subscribe. We ask that you do that. That helps us out tremendously. I would like to have 400. That means we're averaging about 100 new subscriptions a month. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's one of those things where it's momentum. Momentum. We go back to our physics days, our high school physics days. Momentum. Once we build up enough momentum, we have our own little version of the Big Bang, and things get rolling around here. Also, if you are on Facebook or, of course, Twitter, you can go in your search bar, type in The Midnight Ocean. That will take you right to our pages. Love to have you. Shoot me messages. You know, one of the things, I'm a little disappointed in our listeners. And I know you guys talk to me throughout the night in the chat rooms. And the two chat rooms, for those that don't know, that we watch during the show is the YouTube chat and the Spreaker chat. I have them on both screens. You'll see me turn this way or whatever way. That tells you that I am looking at the chats. That's the best way to talk to our guests and also me. I do monitor those throughout the show. We are talking with Telos about getting our digital hybrid installed a little bit sooner than scheduled. That way we can have up to 12 callers at the same time. So that is coming. We put out the emails today, and you know, it's a process. It's not like you can just go to your local radio store and buy this equipment. So it's made to order. I didn't know that. You, as a radio station, Telos is like the number one phone system in the radio business. Them and Comrex. But each one of those hybrids is handmade right here in the great United States, which is really cool. So that ball is rolling down the hill. So that will be really good. Get it here, hopefully by the first of the year, which puts us in line with our syndication dates. So that's coming. But until then, the only way you can communicate with our guests is through chat. I will try to get your questions asked of them. Hopefully they'll get your answers. But just, you know, letting you guys know what is going on around here, letting you know that we are not sleeping at the control board or at the microphone. What did you guys think about last night's show? You know, it was funny because I was in the studio, but that show was recorded. I don't know if you guys figured that one out. It was a recorded show. We had to do it in the morning, in the late afternoon, because Mr. Mark Anthony, with some of his other commitments to TV and such, required him to record that show in the afternoon. But I think it went off really well. I enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Went back and listened to it a couple times. And talking about listening to shows, if you are here for the first time and you want to listen to some of our archives, the best way to do that, if you have a smartphone or a smart device, download the appropriate OS, either iPhone or Apple, or iPhone or Android. You can get that at our website at www.themidnightocean.com. It's the first links after Movember and also the circuit. A little bit more about those things here in a few minutes, probably next break or so. We'll talk about that. So download that. You can then listen to our archive shows. Of course, you can always go back on YouTube and listen to a show, and you can also go on Spreaker and listen to the show. And pretty much everybody carries us. So iPhone, iTunes, all of the major podcast sites. But just trying to make your life a little bit easier for you. Well, without haste, as promised, we're going to talk about hidden history with our guest, Don Jeffries. Now, I will tell you, Don has been researching the JFK assassination since the mid-1970s. Maybe we ought to have Don on the round table for the JFK. Maybe. But since the mid-1970s, when he was a teenage volunteer for Mark Lane's Citizen Committee of Inquiry, he is very active in all the JFK assassination forums and has been a moderator on the London Spartacus Education Forum for several years. His first published book, the acclaimed 2007 novel, The Unreals, has been compared to Alice in Wonderland and The Wizard of Oz. Hidden History is his first nonfiction book. So without further ado, let's bring in our very special guest, Mr. Don Jeffries. Hey, Don, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, love that. Wow, there's some Are you on a headset?
No, I'm not. I have an external mic, though.
We're getting a really, really bad, that's weird. We're getting a really bad hum.
Okay, is it any better now?
No, sir.
Any better now?
No, sir. It's really, it's a really, really, it's almost like we're picking up are you on a laptop?
I'm on a laptop, but I have an external mic. It says the internal mic suddenly started malfunctioning, so I got an external. Yeah,
it's a really bad. It's got, and I don't want to take away from the audio, from the audio to take away from your message.
You want to just call me on my home line?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's hang up. I'm going to call you right back on the number that I called you earlier on, and I do apologize, but it's a real.
I've had this thing checked out. Okay, sure.
It's got a real. It's your fan. I found out that what it is on laptops, it picks up that 60 megahertz cycle of the fan. Is what it is. All right, so let me do this. I'm going to drop this line, and I'm going to call you back on your landline.
Great. Okay.
All right. Hey, guys, there's nothing like live radio, right? It happens. It does happen. That's, one of the reasons why we want to get this hybrid in. Now, the hybrid, of course, Skype is one of those things. I love Skype. I really do. And when we were looking at our hybrid, one of the requirements that I had with the hybrid with the company, whoever manufactured it, is that they had to have the ability to pipe Skype calls into it. And Telos, they have a product that allows us to do that. So that was what was really cool. And so we're going to, like I said, we placed the POs today for that. If you guys bear with me here, I have to kind of bring up Mr. Don's personal number and make sure I don't give this out over the air. I've done that once before, one long time ago when I was doing a radio show, and I was filling in and I didn't know that the tones, and it was funny. I don't think you'd appreciate it, but people are actually smart enough. They'll hear the tones as we're typing the phone number in, and they will replay those. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that people they do that? They actually recorded the thing and then played it back. Well, I remember years ago when I was a phone freak, I actually built a recorder that did that recorded the tones, and I would play it back through the payphone. So yeah, I guess I can imagine people doing that. So let me dial this number right here. And of course, my computer decides it's going to scroll the number to make my life easier, but it doesn't realize that I'm looking at it halfway across the office studio floor here. Nothing like live radio, right? But we'll get there. All right. Let's see. Don, are you there?
Yeah. You hear me okay?
So much better.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that microphone back or something. I don't know with that. My internal one I've done plenty of Skype interviews with the internal one. It just stopped working, and they couldn't figure out what's wrong with it. So I thought the external would work.
You know what's really, and I really don't give out a whole lot of recommendations, but I will on this one. When I did my Twitch feeds, when I was in hiatus, my 2 years of serving out my non-compete and everything, I did Twitch video games where I would do. Sennheiser makes a headset for gaming that is incredible. For a lot of people don't know, I mean, every once in a while if you watch my shows, I'll be wearing it and I love it. It's the most comfortable headset. It's right here, and I'm showing it to the guys.
Try that. I just thought it might look kind of weird when you're doing video interviews with a headset, but I may have to do that.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, if you're watching right now, I got my headset on right now.
So, I don't know what I would think, but
it's professional.
Obviously, I don't have much of a choice. I'll try that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you that the Sennheiser, anything that Sennheiser makes, I mean, they're known for their audio quality anyways, but Sennheiser, I'll tell people, if you want a really good microphone that you can use for video conferencing or just conferencing in general, during the day, I wear my Sennheiser when I'm doing audio conferencing and stuff, and I love it. It's a really good, I mean, it's just a great rig. And, they have one, if you look at all of your broadcasters those are all Sennheisers that they're wearing. So that tells you the quality of the product. I mean, they're known for that. So, well, we're not here. We're not audiophiles. We're not here. Right. We're not here to talk about audiophiles. But if I can help someone out, I will. I do this for a living, and I pretty much the box, as Sandy will say, the box of dead microphones and headphones and stuff in the corner. Heck, I might have one I dig up and send to you. Well, there's a reason why they're in the box though, so I don't know. That might not be a good thing. So, sir, hidden histories. Wow. That is such a broad topic. And what I love about your style is that you cover so much. You have guys, you're known for your JFK, obviously, but you look at everything. You look at the bigger picture as well.
Yeah, I tried to, I don't think I missed too much.
Yeah.
I tried to cover everything in the last 50 years, and there's a lot there, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying is that most people, when they buy a book, or especially when you talk about hidden history or it's usually a whole book like on JFK, or it's a whole book on TWA 800, or it's a whole book on, Martin Luther King or the New World Order, kind of like that. Where yours are this last one that you just came out with, the hidden history, it kind of covers a lot. So it keeps, how do you say, because every topic is important. There's no doubt about it, but it keeps it kind of fresh. You feel like, I feel like I get a little bit more bang for my buck.
Well, I think that's what makes mine different than most books in the genre is, like I said, I believe that these events are connected. I mean, not directly connected, not the same people or anything, but I think they're indicative of a systemic, the way our system works, of organized corruption. It's basically the last 50 years that I put in the book were an uninterrupted series, really, a timeline, as you can just see, of organized corruption, and all of them share some similarities as far as mysterious deaths associated with them, missing, destroyed, lost evidence, inadequate, sometimes real fairy tale explanations that are just passed off to the public, and, of course, no real investigative journalism by the mainstream media in any of these cases.
Sure, yeah. Well, it was funny, and I don't know if you caught Obama. He, did his last trip, but when he's over in Greece, he made a statement. He said that the instantality of the internet has foiled the New World Order plans. Is that because you can't before? I mean, we used to get our News from Tom Brokaw or from one of the rags, right? And now we get the news on the internet. I mean, and then no sooner no sooner than the official news comes out, the real, what I call now the real news usually hits like right within a few seconds of it. And then the real story comes out.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have real journalism going on, real investigative reporting. But unfortunately, it's having to be done by kids living in their parents' basements, middle-aged people doing this, on the side. But they're the ones that are asking the questions. They're the ones that are putting together these really impressive videos that you'll find on YouTube that destroy a lot of the recent official narratives, whether it's Sandy Hook or the Boston bombing or whatever. And it is in real time. And I think what happens is you'll find with a lot of these events that happen continuously, the mainstream media just kind of drops them because they can't compete because they're not even attempting to investigate it. So they just drop the story and they move on to the next one. And you have to go to the internet to find any kind of real information on anything nowadays. The mainstream media, if this last election proved anything, I think it proved once and for all that the dinosaur media is completely dead as far as being any kind of real journalistic community.
Well, yeah, and you're right. Now, now it's amazing how they tend to. For some reason, the mainstream media is starting to do their job. Their job, unfortunately, is to try to destroy a candidate. But they are starting to ask. It's amazing. They're no longer asking the softball questions. They're asking the hard questions, and that's intentional. I mean, we all know it's a game that they're playing. But it was great. Like today, I was watching. It was awesome. RT News was sitting there with the press secretary, and they came out and said that Russia bombed four clinics, right? So the RT News reporter said, well, can you give us a location of these clinics that Russia bombed, or give us the names of the clinics or what towns they're in? And of course, the press secretary couldn't do it. And she's like, well, then how can you sit there? And of course, then the press secretary said, well, go back to Russia. You work for them. Ask them what cities they bombed. And she's like, but Russia's not having a press conference about it. You are. Which was awesome. I thought that was the best, response. She's like, you're the one standing up here spewing your stuff. I'm just asking you where they were. What cities?
Well, it's interesting to see how the roles have switched so much now with the what passes for the left these days. I really don't think there are any true liberals anymore, but what passes for the left these days is come into this Cold War mentality where they really, really are saying things like that, go back to Russia. I mean, that's what you heard at the height of the Cold War from conservatives. Yeah. And it's just amazing to me, the same people that demanded détente and, rapprochement, and we had to get along with the Soviet Union, even at the height of their empire, when they were taking over so many countries in the world, somehow we had to get along with them. And now, for some reason, they expect you to believe that they're more dangerous now than they were then. It's just absolutely ridiculous to watch them because they have nothing else to go on, and especially near the end of the campaign, it was everything. Well, Russia was behind it. The email leaks, Russia was behind it. Russia was working with Putin, was working with Trump. I mean, it was embarrassing to watch because they had nothing else to go on, and nobody believed them outside, I guess, of their core group of supporters. Well,
you had Assange come out and say, no, we're not getting our information from Russia. We're getting it from an inside person at the DNC. He came out and said that twice on two separate occasions.
Assange came out and basically named Seth Rich as the whistleblower who was murdered in D.C. And it doesn't matter to Assange was a hero of the left at one point when he was exposing crimes of the Bush administration. But now, because he was exposing something about Hillary Clinton when the establishment wanted her so desperately to beat Donald Trump, suddenly then he's working hand in hand with Russia, and he's not a hero anymore. And it's just that phony left-right paradigm that more and more of us are realizing that there's no reason to buy into.
Yeah, I agree. And, and like you said, the citizen journalist is so important these days. And I'll tell you, I know of a few of them out there, and you talk about Assange and what he has redeemed, but these Podesta emails are, I was on a round table not too long ago, and, I'm the level-headed one of the group, and that's scary, but I was the level-headed one here. I do a paranormal, show, and talk about all things esoteric, and I was the normal one, or the centerpiece of reality. And these guys.
Well, it's hard. You can go down these rabbit holes, and it's hard to stop once you start going down. But yeah, those Podesta emails were incredible with the pizza and the pasta references.
Well, the latest one, like I said, and I did my verification. I have an association with an individual at the FBI in the computer crimes department, but part of their job is to also, hunt down these online predators. And I just flat out asked him, I said, is this real? I mean, these references? And he said, well, of course they were being political, because they got to be apolitical on a lot of this stuff. And they're like, I can't speak to that, but I can tell you, yes, those are code words. It's like, I can't.
Well, they had to be. If you saw how many times, I mean, are they really having that many pizza parties? And the references to pasta, I think it was like 31 times. Yes. I read one in the first series of emails. And what one asks is, again, just use a little critical thinking here. When you're saying you're going to have pasta, aren't you going to be a little more specific? What kind of pasta? Yeah. I might want to know more. Spaghetti, ravioli, tortellini. Yeah. But it's always pasta. Yeah. And that's what gives the game away. And the fact that, wouldn't these important people have a little bit more things that are a little more crucial and important to talk about than pasta all the time, what they're going to eat?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that was the other thing, too, is that the nature of the emails just don't follow natural language. I mean, you don't talk. I mean, you don't talk like that. I don't. I was reading the emails and just reading them. I mean, I understand you type things shortly, especially if you're using a BlackBerry or something like that. But even in that context, I couldn't. It's hard to read. They're just hard to read.
Exactly.
And you're
these aren't uneducated people. They can form a correct sentence. But you're right. They're doing it when I think it was either pizza or pasta for an hour and a half, something where they put a time frame in it, like we're going to eat for an hour and a half. It's like, what? Nobody talks like that. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. But that's, again, if just one honest television network that covered these and did what we're doing right here, had the quotes up on the screen, and it would bring it all down, but they just won't do it.
They won't. Well,
they're wondering who leaked them.
Well, the one that did, I don't know if you saw the 14 in the fish, where Podesta, or where he's sitting there with it on his hand, he has a fish, and then he has the number on one hand, and on the other hand he has 14, and he's sitting there at that at the pizza joint, which apparently has a back room, where all this stuff comes in, and he's out there. His hands are up. You see the 14. I mean, Google it. Say Podesta 14 fish. And like I said, I have an association with a group of journalists that are looking into that, and they're exposing it, and they're saying, guys, let me kind of explain to you what that is. That's the story of, and the fact of Isis, the Egyptian leader that was hacked up, the mythology. He was hacked up and all of his body parts were dispersed. Well, and then his mother went to go find his body parts, got all the parts, put them back together, was missing his genitalia, which was the 14th part. That was in the story, the mythology, was eaten by a fish. So you got Podesta with 14 and a fish, and he's coming out of a pizza joint that has has a reputation of having a back room where they serve up kids. Come on. You don't have to be a rocket science there to figure that one out.
Well, just look at these, that painting that was in Podesta's office of cannibalism. What kind of government? I mean, what person anywhere would put that in your office? But a high-ranking government official, that ought to disturb any journalist. At the very least, they should go grill the guy and say, "That's a very curious painting. What kind of statement are you?"
And when he was asked about it, he said, "I'd rather be the guys eating than the guy on the table." And we're talking about a candle, and then Jeffrey Dahmer's sculptures, in his house, where he commissioned an artist to build a sculpture, to create a sculpture of one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims in the post. I mean, come on, you got to do it. But here we go. It's already going to be one of those nights. I can tell you, we're flying through. We have a quick break here, Donald. Then we're going to get into your book and some of the subject matter that you have in your book with our listeners. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. We're talking with author JFK investigator. It's all thing. I don't want to limit him there. His latest book is just chock full of hidden histories and mysteries. It's a great book, but we'll be back in a few minutes.
Out of the telltale traces embedded in the ancient rocks, science has constructed a picture of prehistoric life. It is a picture filled with grotesque and monstrous creatures who walked the earth at the dawn of the world. At least, so the textbooks tell us. But then, the textbooks carefully ignore the bewildering experience of a man named Ameghino.
Among zoologists and paleontologists throughout the world, the name of Professor Florentino Ameghino was known and esteemed. Each year, in his opening lecture at the South American University where he taught, the professor would stress what an accurate and exact science paleontology has become.
During the coming year are not guesses. We know that there were such animals as the dinosaurs, the giant sloths. We know what they look like.
Yes, Professor Ameghino was almost complacent in his faith in the science which he taught. But on a certain day in the late summer, the professor arrived at the university to find a small box lying on the desk in his office.
What's this box doing here, Ramo? Someone sent it all the way from Patagonia. Oh, here's a note on top. Dear Professor, I know you will be interested in this. It was found hanging on a bush near Ultima Esperanza. The natives claim to have killed the animal it belonged to, but they do not know what kind of animal it was. Perhaps you can figure it out. That is a piece of hide. What sort of creature? Wait a minute. No, it could not possibly be.
A few days later, when Professor Ameghino arose to deliver his opening lecture to his new class, the air of assurance, of authority, was gone.
What I teach you is not to be taken as gospel truth. Perhaps our whole science is a structure of self-delusion. I do not know.
Word of this strange, disturbing lecture spread through the university. When it reached the ears of the professor's colleagues, one of them sought him out in his office and reproached him. The professor's only answer was to take the piece of hide from the box on his desk and hand it quietly to his colleague.
How old would you say this skin is, Doctor? When did the animal die?
Well, not more than a year ago, obviously. The skin is still quite fresh.
And what sort of animal was it?
What animal do you think it was?
I know what animal it was. That is the skin of a giant sloth.
A giant... Are you out of your mind, man? The giant sloth died out at least 25 million years ago. This cannot be the skin of a giant sloth.
No, it cannot be, can it? And yet, that's precisely what it is.
Until the day he died, Professor Florentino Ameghino maintained that he had correctly identified the piece of skin. And since his death, evidence has accumulated to justify his opinion. But how a prehistoric monster, a member of a species condemned to death eons ago by the laws of evolution, could have been wandering across the plains of Patagonia in the 20th century, this science has never explained. It remains a mystery, incredible but true.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me live here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Tonight we're talking with author Donald Jeffries and about his new book, Hidden History an expose of modern crimes, conspiracies, and cover-ups in American politics. Now, I want to tell everybody, this is, if you are into conspiracies, this is the book that needs to be on your shelf. If you're not into conspiracies, I got to ask, why not? It affects every one of us. But I'm telling you, this book covers pretty much all of the majors that are out there, especially the granddaddy of them all, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. But Don has put together quite a compilation of conspiracies, modern conspiracies, and you even go back, Don, all the way back. I was happy to see you get into the Federal Reserve as well. I mean, that was, I know everybody thinks that the world went the heck in a handbasket, as they would say, with John F. Kennedy's assassination. But I am glad to see that you do dip a little bit further back in history as well and talk about the Federal Reserve and its impact on a lot of this stuff that's going on.
Oh, it certainly had a big impact. And I Hidden History 2, which I'm working on now, is going to be pre-1963 material. So It will have a lot about the Federal Reserve and lots of other things. Because, as you know, it certainly didn't start on November 22nd, 1963. But as for a young baby boomer like me, I was 7 when he was killed. That was the seminal event of my life, much as like millennials, I guess, the 9/11s, they may remember that later. The same kind of way, same kind of pivotal event that changed so much.
I feel that there's certain events, and of course, John F. Kennedy, his assassination is a linchpin event. But in your book, I mean, because you have so much, guys, I can't tell you, the listeners out there listening to the show, I can't tell you that this book is just name a conspiracy, a modern day conspiracy. It's in the book, so it is that full of stuff, but for time, because we can spend hours, a whole show topic can be, the shooting of George Wallace. I mean, we can have a whole 4-hour show just on that. So, Don, I'm going to kind of let you take the lead here and talk about in your book, what are the linchpin ones? What are the ones that just made you go, holy smokes?
Well, I think, again, you have to look at how they're connected to each other and how previous ones make subsequent ones possible. Like, for instance, I've said many times that Robert F. Kennedy would never have been assassinated if John F. Kennedy hadn't have been. John F. Kennedy Jr., and I was the first author that independently investigated his death, which I believe was another assassination. I don't for a second believe it was due to his recklessness or that it was an accident. But I don't believe he would have died if it hadn't been for his brother and his uncle dying. Yeah. And I think that's the way you have to look at it. And the same thing with after Waco happened, I don't think Oklahoma City ever would have happened, even though I don't believe for a second the official version that Timothy McVeigh was just outraged over in Waco, and that's why he did it. I believe, again, these things are connected. At that time, there was a brewing third-party movement represented by Ross Perot, another militia movement and so forth, and the Oklahoma City bombing really killed that for all time because they were demonized, and then with 9/11, obviously just a huge, and for our purposes today, just looking at the political world today, 9/11 is the linchpin event, I believe, because more things changed after that event than any other event. I mean, it was obvious. I mean, you had the Patriot Act, you had the creation of the Homeland Security Department, you suddenly had free speech zones, and you had this, perpetual war on terror, whatever that means, where anybody and everybody can be a suspect. And it was terribly damaging to our civil liberties, what we had left of them, but ever since 9/11, we lost a huge amount of freedom that day, what we had. And again, at any of these events, especially the JFK assassination or 9/11, even more importantly, because we're so much closer to that, if that's why 9/11 truth is so important, if that comes down and that's exposed for what it is, then all the rest are like dominoes. We used to hear the old domino theory about communism back in the day, but this is a domino theory that really would be accurate. Yeah. Because you expose the truth about any of these events, and those dominoes start to fall, because then people realize, wow, wait a minute, it's like this, they are connected. You can see, because the same mindset, the same organized corruption is perpetrating them. And this is, people say to me all the time, you think everything's a conspiracy. Well, I think this is the way the powers that be operate. They just conspire. This is what they do. I mean, they meet every year at Bilderberg in secrecy. In the summer, every year they go up to the California mountains and worship a giant owl. We know they do this stuff. So they are conspiring in the open, but this is a way for them to do business, and if people threaten them enough, then they get rid of them, and they're willing to destroy evidence and obviously kill people to protect that, because their reality is all based on this, and I believe that's why, in many ways, why Donald Trump was treated the way he was, because he appeared to be, rattling some chains that had never been rattled for a long time, and he was threatening maybe to upset that gravy train.
Yeah, I personally, and God bless him and everything. I mean, I think about him and pray for him, because I don't think he is going to step foot in the Oval Office. I just got that, you got George Soros, backed, and I think that goes back to why you have such a hawkish left now, is because I believe, they're supported by George Soros, he who has the money makes all the rules kind of thing, and the money masters. And, George Soros is, a lot of people don't know this, but there's international warrants out for his arrest in Russia because of money. They kind of money manipulating. They want to snatch him up in a heartbeat, but it's just, this whole thing about purple. I was talking about this earlier today with some of my friends about the color purple. I mean, we've already established that Podesta is into something crazy. He goes to these occult rituals as well, where they're doing the soul cooking, which is the occult thing. Now you've got, a lot of Americans don't realize this, but now they're wearing purple, right? Purple is a movement, because we need to bring red and blue together. They have no desire to bring red and blue together.
The color of royalty too, isn't it? Purple.
Well, in the occult world, actually, purple is a symbol for tyranny and overthrowing government.
Yeah, right.
That's what the color purple means in the occult world. It's a color of tyranny. It's the color of overthrowing government and stuff. So we already established a lot of they're using code words. So I just, it's just, look, you have Hillary Clinton calling us deplorable, or calling people deplorable. And in these emails, people, if you haven't read the emails, you need to go read the emails, because especially the Clinton emails, you'll get a good feeling what she thinks about half of us, and even some people in her own party. Yeah, well, these, I think we should have probably gotten a good idea when, they used to demonize people who talked about the Bohemian Grove and things like that, and then Alex Jones snuck inside of it and filmed although I was talking about that online a little while ago, and I don't know, a week ago or so, and it didn't matter to these people that were Hillary supporters. It's a blurry video, you can't tell what's going on. Well, you can see the giant owl, you can hear the occult chanting. Clearly, what kind of camera did you expect him to have when he was sneaking in? But once you see that, and you know that they are worshiping this giant owl who's related to the god Moloch and child sacrifice in the Old Testament and so forth, and they had the cremation occur mock child sacrifice. So even if it's a mock child sacrifice, why are they having a mock child sacrifice? I mean, this is a bizarre thing for our leaders to be doing, and we should ask those questions. That would not be my idea of fun and games. I mean, I don't understand how, an all-male get-together dressing in occult robes and chanting and worshiping before a giant owl, that's the way of relaxing. But it plays into what we're seeing in these emails and what I touched on in the book. I have a whole section on the Franklin credit and all the other child sex scandals. I mean, this is something that our leaders, you find over and over again when you just scratch a little below the surface. They apparently have a real strong predilection for having sex with children. And it's just there. And I don't really, how far that rabbit hole goes, I don't know. But, is there really an international child sex ring, or a lot of the missing children tied to that? I mean, you can keep going down that rabbit hole and get more and more paranoid, but there's something there, and, somebody needs to ask the questions. Yeah, I mean, well, we talked about this on the show. There's 1,400 Americans every day that disappear. 900 of those are children.
Yeah.
Every day. And it's poof, gone.
Yeah, and I think Ted Gunderson was, I have his quote in the book, that he was amazed, the former FBI guy that became a conspiracy theorist, But he got pretty far out there. But he was amazed to find that the FBI doesn't keep any kind of statistics on missing children, and he was just amazed by that, and I'm pretty amazed by it too.
Yeah.
And I believe it's David Politis. If you've seen, listen to his very interesting stuff about the missing people from the parks, all over the place, and same kind of thing where they wanted to charge him like $32,000 for a list of the people or something. It's like,
well, it got up to $2 million by the time it was all said and done. Each park district or whatever he wanted, because they don't. You're right. Well, they don't have a list that's public. I'm sure they have a list somewhere. I'm sure some investigator, but yeah, by the time it was done, I think the bill was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $2 million. How is
that? Again, that just doesn't pass the smell test. That makes no sense unless, again, it's like you find in these political cases. Every move you make, it looks like, whether they are or not, it always looks as if they're suppressing something or hiding something. So why would you charge anybody anything if somebody's trying to find missing children, especially in these parks? Why wouldn't you be trying to do everything you could to find them? I don't understand that, but it seems to be the mindset there is much like our government has, where it's they don't want to release information. They don't want to solve things, and instead they try to go after people that actually try to do something. Yeah, exactly.
And for those that don't know, the series of books that David's put, I'm trying to get David on the show. It's Missing 411, right?
411, right?
411, and it's basically, he focuses on, he's an investigative journalist. He's been focusing on in the national parks. He's not focusing on the people in the inner cities or anything. These are people who go camping in our national park system or go on a day hike and just disappear. They never come back. And then, there's two parts of that. Number one, the overtake of the investigation by the federal government because it's on federal property, and how they supersede the local law enforcement. Every time the local law enforcement shows up to investigate, they're always told to stand down. Federal's got it taken care of. And of course, none of these cases have been solved. It's just,
that's an area of fascination for me too, because the Unreals, my novel, has a lot about Fortean phenomena. Charles Fort is one of my heroes, and so I love that unexplained phenomenon. It has a lot of disappearances in it, and then when I started learning about this guy, there's a connection there again. You find an overlap into these areas when you just keep going down that rabbit hole. But at this point, I don't put anything past the people that rule. That's when sometimes people say, well, that's too far out. You're going too extreme. I don't believe in that, because you can always say, what do you mean it's too extreme? Okay, maybe it's wrong, but I'm going there.
Who would ever think? It's one thing to assassinate a president, right? A sitting president. It's another thing to fly airplanes into buildings.
Right.
This is the extent of what they're going to. Now, see, my theory, all right, so I'm going to step back. My theory is it's kind of like this. They have a pen of bulls. They know there are people that want to do harm to this country. They don't have to do it themselves. Before in the wet work days, you had the clandestine guy who would do it, who was trained, and that's what he was, a sacrificial lamb, be it Ruby, be it Jack Ruby, be it, whoever. You had the sacrificial lamb. Now there's enough people that hate us. You just have to let them into the country and let them do their jobs. The whole 9/11 stinks of high heaven. You had the FBI agents down here in Florida that were involved. You had them out there in Arizona. They were alerted that these guys were here. Come to find out, a couple of the guys were actually training at some of our military bases, in joint exercises. And then the thing is that lo and behold, you have these airplanes flying into the Twin Towers, and the government sitting there going, we could have never planned. But then you got the document from Condoleezza Rice that says, oh, we got to watch out for these guys flying into buildings. See, my theory is that they didn't actively, I want to say they participated, they allowed it to happen, so their participation was through allowing it to happen. And
well, at the very least, they stood down. Everybody knows that they did nothing that day. But again, 9/11 is one of those areas where you can really start to go down the rabbit hole. If you start looking at the esoteric aspects of it, like I go sometimes to the Let's Roll forums. I mean, they're pretty extreme, you know.
Yeah.
And they did again, but I like that. And you know, I can reject what I want out of it. I can think for myself. But these people are willing to go out there. But they analyze the jumpers and so forth,
Yep.
and they did. You know, they made a lot of sense. You know, that body does seem like it's too far from the building that no human being could actually go out that far. You know, just jumping. I mean, that kind of stuff. And it made sense because I had always thought, okay, just on the surface of it, I believe they claimed 200 and some people ended up jumping out of the building that day, at buildings that day. And that just seemed really excessive to me because, you know, to be suicidal like that, even in those circumstances, you know, human beings want to survive. And it just made no sense because it looked like a lot of them didn't appear to be in imminent danger of being burned. They were just, and I always thought to myself, if I had been up there, I kind of would have expected to start seeing some helicopters or small planes with hoses, or, you know, maybe I thought I expected to be rescued. I would not have expected in any frame of mind, especially before the first building collapsed, to think that the building would collapse.
Yeah.
That would have never entered my mind. So for them to be jumping off like the situation was hopeless, that many. It just, I really questioned that right from the very beginning, and those are the kind of things, and I go into that a little bit in the book with 9/11 with, you know, the witnesses. I mean, there's just so many strange aspects to all these events, but on the surface, like you said, at the very least, they stood down and they allowed it to happen.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you talk about linchpin. I mean, our world changed in many ways. I've always said on the show, show me one terrorist that you have arrested under the Patriot Act.
Right.
I can give you a list, a bunch of people who have been arrested for financial, you know, supposed financial crimes, things of that nature. I mean, I think it was just the culling of the herd kind of, you know, rules. You know, here's a great example. We went in the bank the other day in our own bank account. We couldn't deposit cash into our own bank account unless we showed ID. You know, even though you have the account number and then the banker told us, they said, well, if it wasn't you, I'm like, well, what happened if I sent like one of my employees or someone over here to deposit the cash into our account? They said we couldn't take it. And I'm like, what do you mean you couldn't? It's like, yeah, if you're not now, because of the Patriot Act, the way the financial laws are written as part of the Patriot Act, no one can deposit cash into your bank account anymore. You can't do it. Try it.
And what happens is once we pass, you know, we keep crossing these lines in the sand. Yeah. We crossed a huge line with the creation of the Patriot Act and Homeland Security because it's so hard to roll these things back. I mean, you're talking only really a 15-year period that these things have been, you know, less than that, really, that they have been a part of our society. But it's almost impossible and that's the problem, is it's so important to stop these things from being created in the first place.
Well, yeah, you're right, because now the thing is, you know, if I was a politician, well, I'd fight it. If I was elected office, that would be my goal is a rollback. I would tell you this. And they would sit up there and my fellow, you know, congressional members would say, you know, you're the one. So when the attack happens, it's going to fall on your shoulders. I mean, you hear them say that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to fall on your shoulders. And it's like, this government is so evil. You know, no sooner I sign a thing, I'm sure you're probably going to get one of your pages or one of your aides to go detonate a car bomb, and then you're going to blame it on me. You know, exactly. I mean, that's scary. I mean, think about that for a second, how just screwed up that sounds, but that is so true.
And the problem was we have now, even with people that are awake, and there are more and more people waking up, but they're waking up at different levels, like the Trump movement. There are people like me that are basically more on the left than the right, but I just consider myself a populist and a civil libertarian, but I, you know, have against all war. I want us to disengage from all, you know, I think that we have too much militarization in our society, so Trump certainly isn't about that. You know, he's talking about increasing the military, and he has mentioned several times about the money we've wasted on wars and putting America first, and that's a good thing, but certainly there's no real anti-war rhetoric coming from his supporters, and the same thing for Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders supports the war on terror, so even though these were independent, you know, Bernie Sanders I don't believe, was calling for rolling back the Patriot Act or getting rid of the Homeland Security, and that's what we need. Yeah. We need something really radical, but Unfortunately, this is about the best we're going to get, I think. We have to hope something good comes out of this.
Well, I'm thinking, and I agree with you. You know, I said this on this show. Our defense budget is $340 million a month. A month.
Yeah.
You take $320 million of that, and you can feed everybody in the world. You can get rid of famine. So, how do you think you instill goodwill? You drop bombs on someone, or you feed them? You know, but for some reason we don't. I agree. I mean, if I was president, that would be the first thing. I would pull every one of our troops out of every foreign country. I would centralize them here in the United States or wherever, and put them back on their bases. And I would tell people, look, you mess with us, we're going to pound the crap out of you. We're going to turn you into dirt and everything, but we're not going to mess. We're staying out of your stuff. This is between you and your people. You deal with it.
And that's why, just the very term America First frightened the establishment so much, because that's code for, disengaging from the world. And that's why I was placing so much hope in Trump and the very fact that he used that expression, because wow, what a revolutionary concept, putting the concerns of your own country before the concerns of the world. But and that's what it passes for. What America has become, that passes for controversial or racist or jingoistic or whatever you want to call it. But I mean, there's a million names that the social justice warriors will scream when you say that. But it's a common sense thing, and I hope, that's why I'm watching the post-election stuff pretty closely. I'm seeing all these awful names being bandied about as cabinet choices, and I'm hoping that they're just wishful thinking on the part of the mainstream media, and that we actually see some outsiders in there. I'd like to see Ron Paul, Secretary of Defense, things like that. Maybe Pat Buchanan in there, but,
I'd like to see Ron Paul head of the Fed.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That would be awesome. That would be the greatest day ever. You have
be great?
Ron Paul, head of the Fed. He would be the Federal Reserve chairperson.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. And a lot of us would like to see that, but it's so far, and I'm hoping again the names are just, because I know how these things work. The media is feeding these leaks, and they're trying to make it seem as if this is this is who he should pick. And I just hope Trump isn't foolish enough to be fooled by that. But like I said, at this point, I've been following politics long enough where it wouldn't surprise me if Trump sold out to the establishment and did nothing he said he was going to do. But I'm trying to hold out hope.
See, I don't see. This is the thing, though, is that all right? So where's the win? Where's the win for him on that one? Because the reality of it is this: the left hate him, right? And if he turns his back on the right side, the alt-right who elected him for the most part. Because you do have a center group that just kind of elected him because they didn't want, you had you had some that just elected him because they didn't want Clinton. You had some of them who just wanted something different in the office other than what, but for the most part, so if you disenfranchise your alt-right, there is nowhere in the world he can hide.
No, you're right. I don't see the upside either. I hope he realizes that he has shown, a reluctance to apologize and bow before him up to this point. So let's hope he did, because he has nothing to gain by naming Mitt Romneys and Giuliani's, especially the awful names like Bolton, people like that. If he names them, then he's going to disillusion his supporters before his administration even begins, and he's not going to please the establishment if that's what he wants. And why would he want to? He said he was going to drain the swamp. So for promising people he's going to drain the swamp, you don't put the biggest crocodiles in your cabinet. That's not exactly draining the swamp. So I hope I'd love to see my friend Roger Stone in there somewhere. I mean, I like to see some real alternative people in there, but so far, again, it's early, so.
Yeah, and you don't know. And, well, the other thing that's always concerned me is that Trump obviously loves his kids, his children, his family. I mean, there's no doubt about it. See, and that's actually a weak point, because who's to say? I mean, look at what happened with not Ron Paul, but look what happened with Ross Perot. And how they went after his daughter and threatened her and stuff. So that was always my concern, is that I don't know if they could threaten Trump, because he has a long history. He saw how the establishment, went after his father and tried to destroy his father. So he has enough hatred there for that. But then again, who's to say that someone didn't sit down with him, like they did with Governor Jesse Ventura on his first day of office. And Jesse talks about that, where they bring him into the room and say, by the way, you might think you're governor, but we run the show here. And, you're going to do what we tell you to do. So we'll talk about that. We're going to take a quick break, and we have our very special guest, Donald Jeffries. If you have a question for Don, make sure you get it into the chat room. We'll be back.
The supernatural. A scientist working in his laboratory, a housewife bent over her ironing board, all these and many others have, at one time or another, been the central figures in mysterious events. And bewildering things have even been known to happen to a young man hurrying to keep a date with his best girl.
Leonard Wadham, a resident of Walworth, South London, was a respectable young man of regular habits. He was, like most young men of his age, in love. And on the evening of September 27th, he had called the object of his affection on the telephone to confirm an appointment.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in front of St. Benedict's Cathedral. Don't be late. How could I be late when I'm meeting you, Ellen? I'll be there at 9 o'clock sharp.
It was only a 15-minute walk from his home to St. Benedict's Cathedral. But just to be on the safe side, he started out at 8:30. When he was still several blocks away from the meeting place, he chanced to glance up, and he noticed the clock in the cathedral's spire.
Not quite 9:15. I've only got a couple of more minutes to go. She's the one who's going to keep me waiting. Oh, I say now. What's happening? What's happening to me anyhow?
On this same evening, near the village of Dunstable, not far from London, Patrolman Gibbons of the Dunstable Police Force was covering his beat.
Hello. What's this? Some bloke standing right in the middle of the highway. Looks like he don't even know where he is. Intoxicated, I'll bet surely. Hey, you there! What are you doing in the middle of a fair?
Well, I don't exactly know. That is,
You want to get hit or something?
No, but officer, would you mind telling me what I am?
I can tell you where you ought to be, home in bed. In your condition.
My condition? You don't think I'm drunk, officer? I haven't had a drop.
And what is the matter with you?
I don't know. Something happened to me. Something strange and mysterious like. The landscape, it brought it out. The street and the cathedral and everything.
What street? What cathedral?
St. Benedict's on South Waterbury.
What? That's in London, ain't it?
Aye, and that's where I was.
Well, you're not there now. You're in Dunstable.
Dunstable? Why, that's 30 miles from London. But how did I get here? I don't remember coming here at all.
Oh, it sounds like amnesia to me.
Aye, that must be it. But how am I going to explain it to Ellen? I was to meet her at 9 o'clock sharp, and here I am 30 miles away, and it must be midnight.
And what makes you think it's midnight?
Well, it was just 17 minutes to 9 when I looked at the clock on St. Benedict.
Wait a minute now. Take a look at this watch.
Blimey. It's only 10 minutes to 9.
It is not recorded whether Leonard Wadham was ever able to persuade Ellen of the truth of his story. If she was highly skeptical, it is not to be wondered at, for few women would be likely to believe that a man could be transported, without his knowledge, 30 miles in less than 7 minutes. And yet, if we accept the evidence that was conclusive enough to convince both the Dunstable police and the great London newspaper, those are the facts. Facts. Incredible but true.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Oh, yeah, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. You are correct. And I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me live here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. gmail.com. If you'd like to shoot me an email, if you have a topic or a guest that you would like to see on the show, feel free to send the email to listener.themidnightocean@gmail.com. I do respond to pretty much every email that I get, so it might take me a couple days, but I will get to it. It's, don't have people to do that for me. I will always respond to your emails, your inquiries, and your suggestions. Love to hear from you. And of course, during the show, you can always type a question up there in the chat, and I will be glad to answer it. If you have a question for our guest, make sure you get it up there and during the show, and I'll also make sure that gets over to our guest. And tonight's guest is Don Jeffries, and we're just talking about the Patriot Act in general, a lot of different things. But, Don, I want to kind of focus in on one conspiracy. I know that one thing, you've investigated the death of John F. Kennedy Jr.
Yes.
What is your belief on that one? Because I'm a pilot. I've always been intrigued by some of the statements that have been made and everything. And I just want to know what you have and see if that gels with what me as a pilot know, what I know.
Well, I contacted, for instance, the FAA, the specialist for the FAA, Edward Meyer, who wrote the official weather report that night for the FAA.
Sure.
And at the time, again, I didn't find this out until I started researching, because it certainly didn't make the New York Times or the Washington Post or CBS News or anything. But he was irate at the way the media was presenting this case, about they were trying to portray Kennedy as being reckless, and he was particularly incensed because he was reporting on the weather on the way they kept saying it was too hazy, he shouldn't have flown, and as he indicated, the weather was not bad that night. There was nothing dangerous about it. Kennedy was qualified to fly, and he was still mad. When I contacted him, emailed him, I have the email in my book, and you can just see that he was so mad at the way the media dishonestly presented. And of course, those of us that have studied all these cases know this is the way the mainstream media characteristically reacts to any of these incidents. But there's so much in that case. I talked to a couple of people, his old high school girlfriend and JFK Jr., a member of his adult circle that very strongly still, all these years later, wanted to remain anonymous. But both of them assured me the same thing, that behind the scenes, JFK Jr. was obsessed with his father's assassination. Mm-hmm. And he took it on something of a quest to find out who killed. Unlike the rest of the Kennedys who never want to hear the subject, he was very interested in it. And I don't think there's any doubt he was about to enter politics at the time of his death. Wayne Madsen, an investigative reporter, told me in an email, verified that he was going to be meeting with John F. Kennedy Jr. at George Magazine the week after he died. And he was going to be tasked with a new job there, and his job was to investigate the assassination of President Kennedy. Clearly, and all the stuff I have in there about the 9:39 p.m. phone call that, I have the unedited videotape that another researcher, Scott Myers, was kind enough to send to me, that it was unedited. So all those constant references to a 9:39 p.m. phone call, which are huge, from JFK Jr. awaiting landing instructions, because that went right down the memory hole. And we're told that 9:39 p.m. is the exact moment when the plane went into a death spiral into the water. And he was reporting everything was fine. And they even interviewed Coast Guard Petty Officer Todd Bergen, who I tried to find. I couldn't find him. And the interview was about that 9:39 p.m. phone call. And I tried to tell people, why would the Coast Guard send out an individual to talk about an event that never happened? I tried to contact the reporter that did that interview. She didn't respond to 3 or 4 emails I sent her. I did talk to another local reporter, and again, his emails are in the book, who volunteered his own doubts about the official story. I have no doubt that was a political assassination, and I believe he would have gone on to run for the presidency, and he did not have the baggage that some of Robert F. Kennedy's children, for instance, had, and I think he would have been a very attractive candidate. I think the women would have voted for him on his looks alone. I don't think they could have stopped him. So I think they, especially if they knew that he was interested in his father's death, they had every reason in the world to stop him.
Yeah. See, and a lot of people, all right. So as a pilot, as someone who is instrument rated, and who I have flown a Saratoga. So I know the plane. I know exactly the plane. And I can tell, see, as a pilot, there's things that just don't gel for me. And regardless of, see, a lot of people don't realize they throw out, well, he wasn't instrument flight rated. All right. All pilots know how to use their instruments. It's called pilotage. They're very strong on it. You know, they don't allow you to use all of when you're getting your license. So even a pilot who has 40 hours, and most people don't get their private pilot's license in 40 hours. It usually takes about 80 to 120 hours for you to get your license. So that's those hours are hours that you're flying. That's a lot of time. Most commercial pilots only have 3,000 hours, right, on the books. That's usually when they become a commercial, and they max out about 10 to 18. So the amount of hours I love how the media threw that out there. You know, well, he wasn't, he didn't have the hours. It's like, no, he had the hours. Number one. Number two, even though you're not instrument flight rated, you still know how to use your instruments. You're still taught how to use your instruments. And you're also taught how to do, aircraft follow. So even as a IVR pilot, I'd always call for follow, which means that basically you're in touch with ground, and they're talking to you, and they hand you off, and so it's just flight follow, what they call it. And so you have all these tools ahead of you, and I understand left lean, the lean, the classic lean. When you go through IFR training, your instructor will put the plane in an attitude that throws you off, and you have to use your instruments to come off. But that's usually where people fail. But the plane is already in that attitude. I mean, because the instructor put it there. They put it in that position, and then they see if you can use your instruments to correct it. To get an airplane into that position, especially that Saratoga, is really difficult to do. So I don't gel it just from a pilot flying the airplane. They made it sound like it's easy to do. It's not that hard. I mean, it's not that easy, I should say. And it's not that hard to get out of it, to get out of that situation.
I don't think, I believe I published a lot. I published the recollections of his flight instructor, who was very adamant about the way he was being portrayed, and said he had lots of hours. Yeah. He was definitely qualified. He was not reckless. He was very careful, and I believe you're the pilot, but I believe that if they did have a failure, that he could coast for I don't know how long, or something like. There was no way he could coast where he should have been able to coast in and land somewhere. Well,
you have a glide ratio on that plane is probably 6-to-1, 4-to-1 to 6-to-1. So for every, and I don't know, typically when you go over any body of water, you want to be about 7,000 to give yourself that coast, that glide ratio. So, you can hit your body, because I used to fly, over Lake Michigan, and the insurance company go nuts when I was a student pilot, but I always made sure I had the height. So if my engine cut out, I could glide all the way across the lake. But so, I don't know what his altitude, well, you would know that. What was his altitude?
That's what I have the stats. I have memorized the exact stats in the book, but the way it is presented in the media is that, first of all, he had the Phantom 939 phone call, which showed that he was at the altitude he was supposed to be at. Everything was fine. Yeah. But later that went down the memory hole, and they simply said, he dropped. He dropped from a normal height, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was what they call a death spiral. It was almost instantaneous. Yeah. It seems so unnatural,
Well, you can put if you think your attitude, you can put a plane into a spiral, death spiral. But like I said, it's I just find it. Look, I've been not in a death spiral, but your instructor, you have to. There's specific things. A plane just doesn't go into a death spiral. There's things that have to happen. There's positions, there's things. But you as a pilot, a lot of people don't understand this. When you're training as a pilot, I would say 20% of your training is how to fly. The other 80% is how not to crash. And you spend, as your instructor, that's what they do, is they put the plane in attitude, they put it in different positions and stuff, and then you have to recover from those positions. I mean, but 20% is learning how to fly. The other 80% is literally you spend your 80%. So 200 and some hours of flight training that he's at. I think he had over 200 hours, 240, I want to say.
Yeah.
80% of that was how to not go in a death spiral. So
and
he knows how not to do it.
Yeah, well, I think again the narrative was the essential narrative was that I mean there were even people that suggested he decided to commit suicide. I mean, there were literally people. That's how desperate they are to keep these narratives going, because they were so. It was very hard for them to come up with any kind of logical explanation, but because no one in the mainstream media questioned it, they could go with this Kennedy curse, Kennedy reckless stuff, and it goes down. That's what most people swallow. And I quote some of the angry comments that were online, because there's vicious comments, directed at him and how you killed your wife and her sister, and saying that he was. He should have never, he didn't know what he was doing, a typical Kennedy rich boy. And that's the mindset people have a lot of times of the Kennedys, and it's because, again, they don't realize that they're basing that on a lot of inaccurate information about other Kennedys and so forth, because there's so many lies and so much mythology about the Kennedy family, because this one family from, basically from the time George Kennedy Jr. died in, I think, a mysterious plane crash in World War II, he was going to be the first president, really. He was the one that Joe Kennedy Sr. was grooming to be president, but he died.
That's right. He died on a spy mission, correct?
Right, supposedly, yeah. We were still not really sure. Some people now claim it might have been a first, effort to some kind of a drone. Drone technology, yeah. But regardless, he died, and Kennedy's daughter died in a separate plane crash too, his oldest daughter. So these are, and it's just amazing how many of these they never seem to die naturally. And then of course JFK was assassinated, RFK was assassinated, Edward Kennedy was in another plane crash but survived, and I cover Chappaquiddick in the book, which I believe was a political assassination. I don't believe for a second that Ted Kennedy was in the car. I think that was their way of eliminating, because without Chappaquiddick, Ted Kennedy would have been president. Yeah. There's no question about it. But with that hanging over his head, he never would be. And then they understand, of course, then John F. Kennedy Jr., and it just goes on. And I think it's almost like a Shakespearean thing where they understand that there's so many skeletons in this one family's closet, and that they can't take a chance that there's another John F. Kennedy Jr. that really behind the scenes is working to try to uncover the secrets of his father, like Hamlet or something, uncover the secrets of his father's death, and looking, for revenge. But so I sometimes it seems as if I'm a Kennedy apologist. I mean, it's not that that I think this one family is so exceptional, but they have died unnaturally an exceptional number of times, and I think that bears investigating. And so these, this is the way the power, the people that run things rule. And that's what I think. They just decided. They probably made a decision that when JFK Jr. decided to. They knew he was on the verge of entering politics. They knew he was about to investigate his father's assassination in his own magazine, which certainly I think would have gotten the world's attention. And that was it. They certainly never investigated it after he was gone. I think George Magazine continued for a brief time, but it was nothing like that. Only Wayne Madsen and some other people talked about it.
Yeah, well, they buried his body at sea.
Yeah, exactly. I believe they cremated him, which was very strange because, as a Catholic, most of us don't believe in cremation, and I couldn't find any other examples of Kennedy family members that had been cremated. So it was very strange. They got rid of him real quickly. See, and I have, again, in the book, in my chapter, I have the medical examiner quotes and so forth about how the rush nature of the autopsy, even the Boston Globe was questioning the secrecy and the speed, and to say that it wasn't thorough is quite an understatement. Again, they wanted to get rid of him as quickly as they could, and they just kind of consigned him to history. So another heart tugging. They showed little pictures of little John saluting his father. His casket as he walked. As he went by in the JFK funeral. That we all remember. Seeing over and over again, and that's the kind of thing that the media will do. They'll show little photos like that to represent reality. and that you're supposed to feel a certain way seeing that, but there's nothing about, well, why did he die? You just kind of unconsciously, most people just think, he's reckless and terrible weather, another terrible tragedy. Oh, my family's been through so much, and that's about the extent of it. And you try to talk to people about it, and it's cumulative. Like if someone reads my book, it's just the cumulative nature of it. If you study these things individually, you find the same things over and over again. Yeah. The same kind of, curious reluctance on the part of any government official to really do what they should be doing and to do their jobs. Curious reluctance on the part of the mainstream media to ever investigate anything. And the story, the narrative changing constantly. Like, for instance, in the murder of Vince Foster, and I call it a murder. I don't think he killed himself, but we know there's a Secret Service memo. That's official Secret Service memo that reports that his body was found inside his car. Now that's a memo. That's an impossible mistake to make.
No, wait a minute. And by the way, Kennedy had 310 hours, which is that's a lot of hours. That's not a junior. That's not an entry level pilot. Plus, he had the high performance airplane endorsement. So you got to realize, in order to get all of these things, you're with an aircraft, usually an ATP pilot, an airplane pilot or instructor who signs off on you. And they don't sign off on you unless they know that you can do exactly what they have you do. And so yeah, I don't, from a pilot. So I just wanted to say that. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't believe what the narrative on that, because as a pilot, I just don't see it happening. I mean, how they described it doesn't make sense to me, because any pilot who has 80 hours would have known how to get out of that situation.
And again, I'm certainly no pilot, but yeah. If you watch that raw videotape footage like I did, and you just watch the references over and over again to that 9:39 p.m. phone call, and you watch the petty Coast Guard officer being interviewed, saying that he was approaching landing, he was awaiting instructions, all was fine. And, even if they were off by a minute, it's just impossible to believe that he would calmly call and then literally the same minute crash into the sea.
Yeah, well, the same. He would have called. His radios would have been programmed. Look, the leg that he's doing, so you've got 2 radios, so that's 4. So you have 4 channels. Those would have all been programmed. His wife probably, most pilots would have his wife, or he would have set it up probably before he took off, and most of them. And then because you can switch on 2, so you got A, B, so you got 4. You got 8 radio comms on that airplane, because you can go A, B on. You got 4 radios, so you can go, and each radio has an AB, so you have 8. So you could have probably set that plane up. I'm sure he'd flown there before during the day, so he would have had the plane all set up. If he was disoriented, he would have called a flight follow. I mean, he literally pan, flight follow, and tail number. This is so and so. I need flight follow. If he got himself in a bad position, none of that happened. It's just out of training.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense. And especially, believe it or not, an experienced pilot is more likely to have an issue like that than an inexperienced pilot. And the reason being is because an experienced pilot, what happens is their ego kicks in. And I know what they're saying with his ego and stuff, but he doesn't have those hours. When I'm talking about experienced pilot, these are air traffic control pilots, and it usually happens when you got 2 pilots in the plane, which is weird. It's a strange phenomenon that happens. These types of accidents typically will happen, if you look at them, if you look at the rate, will happen when you have 2 pilots in the plane, and they are senior pilots, which means they have many of hours. And what happens is they fight over what they do, what they should be doing. And then by the time they're fighting, then they're in trouble. But even I just don't believe it. Not on this plane. This is not a jet. This plane. I bet you on this one, you probably could have let go of the wheel on this. Yeah. Actually, it would have leveled off. Actually, on the Saratoga, if you let go, you have to it's not like a car where you constantly have to put input into it. You turn, and then it's in its bank, and then you turn it back, and then it's back. So yeah, I just don't get it. I don't. Yeah, I'm with you. I just don't see him. I just don't.
Well, I wish I could invest. I mean, as I said, the local reporter that I contacted with, and I didn't really say anything about a conspiracy when I first emailed him, but he voluntarily offered that something wasn't right about that day. He covered the story on the ground, and so there are reporters out there, especially I think the local ones, and he kind of privately encouraged me on the book and so forth, but you know, you don't find enough of them, and obviously their bosses don't, and it's just something. There's such a reluctance to do anything because it'll be instantly be smeared as a conspiracy theory, and that's just a catch-all term now to describe any kind of questioning of authority. So you question any of these, like I tell people who read my book, find the theory in it. I have no theory in there. I'm just telling you. This is like when I mentioned the Vince Foster thing earlier. It's not a conspiracy theory to say the Secret Service memo announcing his death reported that his body was found in the car. Now, every reporter in the country should have jumped on that because that contradicts every single aspect of the crime scene. The entire narrative is contradicted by that official government memo. But nobody jumped on it. They just rolled their eyes. If you say it, how do you make a mistake like that? He was found in Fort Marcy Park.
Yeah, let's get to that because I've never heard this. Now wait a minute. I heard that the Secret Service documentation, and the investigation paperwork all disappeared. It's all gone, or it's all been top secret national security. I don't get that. I don't know how Paul's privy, the investigation notes, all of that stuff basically have been destroyed. Correct.
Well, and it's a typical one of the things where Foster was the second highest official in the executive department to die unnaturally in office, after JFK, and the idea that his body was found on the ground supposedly, and there's so much to it. I have a long section on in the book, but suffice to say that all the witnesses reported conflicting evidence as to the gun, the bullet wound, and so forth. The condition of, and again, you had the Secret Service memo out there. Afterwards, you have the White House officials breaking into offices. You had the belated suicide note being found that was torn into pieces, and the only piece missing was the signature. I mean, these are things that cried out for investigation. They never were, and you're poo-pooed as a conspiracy theorist. I don't know what to theorize there. All I'm saying is that, certainly we learned during Hillary Clinton's campaign is that the Clinton body count is just huge. I mean, even considering some of the other body counts, LBJ and the Bushes and even Obama's, but these people die unnaturally around all these powerful figures. But in the Clintons' case, it's something really remarkable. And
well, Foster
was one of the most important.
How many friends, how many associates of Kennedy, or not the Kennedy, but the Clintons? Is it, I think the number's like 84?
Well, some people have put it up. I saw a video the other day where they stretched it to over 100. But
they're including people that were on the airplane, though, with the labor secretary, correct?
Well, you could, if you want to stretch it. Ron Brown. Again, there's a perfect example. I mean, we know that, and I think it was in a mainstream Pittsburgh paper. Christopher Ruddy wrote some good stories about it, and this was in the mainstream media that there was a bullet hole found in his head.
Yeah.
And, that's almost like out of a science fiction movie. And you have the case of the stewardess who was the only survivor of the plane crash initially, who appeared not to be seriously injured, but then she just died. And so these are the kind of things that, cry out for investigation. And,
see, this is all, they gotta get the book because, with the labor secretary, I know that they said that he had a bullet, but they said, it was because one of the weapons discharged on the crash, which
as the plane
remarkable. Yeah, which I find that hard to believe. But the other thing is the fact that I did not know someone survived the crash.
Well, briefly, again, she didn't survive very long. The story's in the book, but and apparently it wasn't long enough to tell about anything that happened. I believe if she went to receive medical treatment, then she died at the hospital, I think. And but her wounds didn't appear to be life-threatening at first. But you run into these kind of things all the time. And in Ron Brown's case, he was certainly an ultimate insider who had tons of scandals attached to him. And he could have easily said something like, "Hey, I'm not going down by myself. I'm bringing you all with me." And Ironically, he became the second after Vince Foster, because he died after Foster. Then he actually became the second highest level official in the executive department to die unnaturally like that. But these are the kind of things that cried out for investigation, and you just you just don't get it from anyone. And we saw again up until the recent time where you have something like Seth Rich, who is can be considered some kind of casualty in a body count because he was shot to death, shot in the back, no robbery, nothing, in a good section of D.C., and Julian Assange himself mentions him specifically.
Yes.
And it all but infers that he's the whistleblower. And the press is not only not interested, but thinks Assange is crazy. Assange certainly ought to know who his leakers are, but this is what you get. The press refuses to. I give you another example. A local journalist here during the Sandy Hook, covered the Sandy Hook incident, and I had questions about that early on. And one of the things I questioned was she was the one who did an interview with the school nurse. And it was a very detailed interview, and the nurse was talking about his mother was a beloved kindergarten teacher here at the school, and we all knew and loved her, and we knew the boy. We had seen him when he was little. It's like the shooter. Now, as it turned out, of course, and that was the early narrative eventually, as these things do. The narratives change. All the previous stories are said to be mistaken. So it eventually turned out that supposedly the mother had no connection to the school. She was never a teacher there. The boy, they didn't know the boy, Adam Lanza. So I just emailed her, and I didn't say anything about conspiracy. And she's a very nice person. But she's a typical, soccer mom type. But she's a mainstream journalist, and they're just trained to turn off that inquisitiveness. And in a response, I just said, what about this? Didn't you try to go back and interview that nurse again? Because why would she tell you that the mother was a beloved kindergarten teacher and describe in such detail when she had no association with the school? And she goes, I did wonder about that, but she said, but there was no conspiracy.
Well, okay, so what, so the thing is, all right, so maybe you had someone telling a wise tale, right? Who's just trying to be grandiose or grandstand.
Yeah, not saying there's a conspiracy. Explain why the nurse would say that then. To me, that's, if I'm investigating the case, I'm going to bring that nurse in. So, why did you tell this reporter here, what happened? Did you make a mistake like that? But, there are tons of stuff like that in Sandy Hook and all these other cases.
Well, let's talk about that because, Sandy Hook is, obviously it's a sensitive thing. It's, and all the kids and stuff. It is. So what is, I've heard some conspiracy theorists say that Sandy Hook never really happened. It was all staged. But then how do you stage something like that? Where are the people? And then these rabbit holes are deep. And, I just watched a lot of videos about it. I only put a sentence or two in the book about it. I did write an article on my blog about it, but later. But, if you just watch, what I was most impressed with, I watched the helicopter footage. Mm-hmm. It was taken by news helicopters from that day during the time in question. This was in the immediate aftermath of the supposed shooting. And it's trained on the school and the firehouse, and you will just be shocked. It looks like it's another day in the park. There's no signs of pandemonium, no signs of activity, very little signs of activity. There's like a couple firefighters or something walking around aimlessly. Nothing. No real triage was set up. There's no footage of any evacuation other than that one picture of like 8 kids in the rumble line that they showed over and over again. Again, like I said, they use these particular photos for emotional impact, and that becomes the story. Sandy Hook, you see that one picture. But there were hundreds, as many as 400, 500, 600 students in that school. There should have been a huge exodus of students. You never saw that. And again, if you're watching the helicopter footage, it appears that nothing is going on. Now, I don't know what that means, but we also were told that the medical personnel were not allowed in the school, that the EMTs literally did not get to go in, that the police on the scene declared all the victims dead. But there are all conflicting reports that a couple were taken to hospital. So this is the problem: is that you've had so many people on the internet that have really looked deep in this. They supposedly discovered that 3, 4, 5, I don't know how many, several families were granted their homes, and these families attached to that school that had children involved in the shooting
were granted their homes on December 25th, Christmas Day. Now, as a guy who's had a real estate license for a long time, I can tell you that, I don't know where legally they could get anybody to grant them a property on Christmas Day. Nothing will be open, but those are the kind of things that a real journalist would go after, with tooth and nail. Yeah. But the problem is they just immediately shut it down and say, oh, that's so insensitive. You must hate the children. It's like, no, I'm just asking questions. There's no theory there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if I'm watching the helicopter footage, and, you can't, the video doesn't lie. That's the school. Nothing's going on. I'm not seeing, I should be seeing police running around. I should be seeing EMT person. I should see ambulance. No ambulances anywhere. In fact, it looks like they were blocked off from even attempting to get to the school. And then you further people that, again, the people on the Internet that are in their parents' basements, but they're much better journalists than we're getting on the television network.
Well, because they're asking, why is it? I think, didn't the sheriff finally just say, look, if you ask questions about it, we're going to arrest you?
Yeah, and I believe a couple of them were arrested. Oh, yeah, they've had one of the parents sued one of the people for harassing them. And these are just questions, and we don't know what happened. All I know is that helicopter footage, documented the aftermath, and it did not look like anything was going on, let alone a mass casualty shooting. You should have seen parents and, again, police, firefighter, EMT, there should have been signs of pandemonium there. Yeah. There was nothing. And I encourage anyone, just go online. There are tons of great videos.
I don't remember. I do remember, the classic scene, and I do remember the guy. There's one guy who shows up to all of these events. He's there. And I've seen those videos where he's a law enforcement officer there. And then, he shows up at all of these different events, and they think that he's an actor or one of these situational actors. Well, they have several of those people. They have a woman that they've found is the same woman that supposedly was interviewed at the Boston bombing and Sandy Hook and one of the other events. I don't know, but it appears to be the same person. I don't know. Maybe she's just fortunate to be at these things all the time. But there's so much there to cry, and it isn't irresponsible. It's not disrespecting the families especially because these events are used for political purposes. Afterwards, it's not as if these are just somebody got killed in a car accident or something, and it's just one person's tragedy. These are considered national events, and if you look into a lot of the parents, so many of them had acting backgrounds, and we know that crisis actors exist. Go to crisisactors.org. Oh. And I go into my book on bullying will hopefully be published down the road here, but I go into all these drills and so forth that they have at schools now that are terrifying, and they use crisis actors all the time. And it's just like what some conspiracy theorists postulated about the Boston bombing, what it looked like there in the film and video of that, where it looked like people with fake blood and they weren't really injured. And that's exactly what you see at these schools. Well, there was that one guy that supposedly got his legs blown off, and he's sitting in a chair in a thing, and he's just all hunky-dory. It's like,
well, yeah, and you have, they've again, the people that did this, they did, and the late Dave McGowan, bless his heart, he died just about a year ago, and he did great work on the Boston bombing especially, and he, they even went to where they analyzed these things so deeply that they would find people and they would show how they weren't injured in the aftermath, and they'd be sitting up, and then a little bit later you'd see them laying there with blood on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
It's not inappropriate. It's to ask these questions, because if something is not kosher there, if we're not being told the truth about it, then we have every right to question it, because these events, again, are being used.
That's right.
In the case of Sandy Hook, they were used for gun control, at least, if not for, deeper psychological purposes. And the Boston bombing, again, it was used in the, in the war on terror and the Sarnoff brothers. And I wrote an article about the absurd trial that surviving Sarnoff brother was given, where it was a typical show trial for a patsy, where he received no defense at all, and You go into, one of their friends was somehow killed during being questioned by the authorities.
The FBI down here in Florida.
Shot and killed while you're being. He was unarmed.
He was unarmed. Yeah. They said he went for. I remember that. And like I said, I don't know, but you're absolutely right. There's enough questions that just doesn't. There's enough loose ends to the stories that don't make sense and make you go, what are you trying to hide here? I mean, what are you trying to hide? What are you trying to do? And you're absolutely right. I mean, there was a huge push for gun control. And I actually think that the left was shocked when America pushed back and said, no, we're not. Because
more and more people, again, especially young people, these YouTube channels are becoming very popular. You have so many people that are questioning these things. And I love, after every one of these events, I go and look, whether it's the pair of shootings or any of these things, and they analyze these things so well. That was the one with the driver driving through, and
in Paris on the semi truck.
Yeah, I mean, and they do such a great job of analyzing it, and they ask questions that really make you think. And it's and what happens is once you start seeing the same kind of witnesses that are over the top and unconvincing, and then that seem to have these acting backgrounds, and the narrative is always the same, and it's never really investigated. The whole thing is based on trying to tap into people's emotions, which is what politics in this country has become. The entire thing is to try to get emotional cord from people instead of trying to analyze a topic or an issue or think about it rationally. The whole thing is, how does it make you feel? How does that make you feel? And how do you feel about it? Instead of, what do you think the repercussions of this going to be? If we do this, what will happen? Or what will the effects be? Instead, it's like, how do you feel? And that's the emotional identity politics, and it's really, very destructive. And I think you saw that's what lost in this last election is that reason seemed to have prevailed a little bit over identity and emotional politics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what I love is the fact that you get these politicians on there and they backpedal. I signed the paper. They were the first ones beating on their chest, signing the Patriot Act. And then when they're questioned, I didn't sign it. I don't agree with it now. I don't. Well, then okay, unsign it. Right. Well, no, we need it. We got to have it. So, well, then you
get rid of it. But yeah.
Yeah. No, the other thing too is that we have to be careful. I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with why is it inconsistent? Why is this? Why is that? I get that. But the other part of it too is that, I mean, I've heard people say, well, there was airplanes. Was it John Lear? Well, the airplanes never crashed into the building. It was all CGI. And I'm like, come on. I see. That's when you start going, that's where you're going. All right, guys, you can't do that. You can't be that blind to say that these events never happened. Now, to say that the government, because we have politicians and we've had the advisors, even worse so than the politician, I think the advisors who say we can't let a good terrorist act go to waste.
Right.
I mean,
Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah. I mean, they clearly have said that in public. And so, my thing is that I believe, like I said, the government allows these things to happen and then they capitalize on them. And for whatever reason, for like Sandy Hook. And so, like I said, I don't deny that there were children that were killed. I don't. But then again, and maybe it's more sinister than we think. I don't think a parent, would sacrifice their children, but I do believe that maybe, because with 9/11, you had a whole group of family come together and said, look, we're going to start suing and we want the truth. And part of that payoff is, hey, look, don't file the lawsuit, just leave it alone. And we're going to pay off your mortgage on your house, or we're going to do whatever. And that would be more plausible.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned the more far out conspiracy. But that's what you get. The problem is because all of us out here in the heartland, because we're not professional journalists backed by the power and the prestige of a big newspaper or television network, or subpoena power for a congressional committee or something like that, because none of that is being done by the authorities. It's just people, that have no independent means to go beyond trying to contact witnesses and so forth. So all we can do is ask questions, and you're gonna get people, and some of them, believe me, from being in the JFK assassination research community, 9/11 and so forth, there are disinfo agents everywhere, and everybody thinks everybody's a disinfo agent, even when they're not. So what happens is, your theory's too extreme, and you get the CGI type stuff, and that's what happens is that when people, average people can only speculate, then maybe they try to top one another, thinking the innocent explanation rather than, they're being assigned to do this to try to discredit legitimate conspiracy research. But however you look at it, you just have to. But I just look at it and people tell me that. Well, I'm not postulating that. I'm asking. I'm just telling you. I'm asking you questions. Whether for instance, San Diego. I'm not saying. I'm not questioning. I mean, I can look at the interviews of the parents, and as a parent, I think all of them were strange. But I'm not going to sit there. Okay, it's possible people react differently, but when you look at that helicopter footage and things like that, that's something that...
See, I've never heard of it. I will do that. I've never heard of the helicopter footage.
Nothing's going on. If you can see any signs of any kind of a mass casualty event, you saw something I didn't see. But that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I just raise those questions, and then people want to, well, then you must be saying... I'm not saying it. It is what it is.
Okay.
It leads where it leads.
And that's fair. You're not saying that it didn't happen or whatever. You're just saying, look, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't. Right. This doesn't. I got you. I'm with you.
Same thing with the Boston bombing. If you look at the kind of things Dave McGowan and others raised, if you look at the way those photos were analyzed, and they didn't count on people freeze framing these things and looking, okay, why is that person doing this here when they did that? Yeah. They're analyzing the movements, and they don't make sense. And these are legitimate questions to ask, and especially in light, again, because what happened after Boston bombing was we crossed another one of those really important lines in the sand when they basically closed down Boston under martial law.
The martial law, and they were entering people's homes without warrants. They were just kicking in doors, knocking and kicking in. People don't realize that. Most people are like, well, they have every right to. No, they don't. No, they don't.
And that's why it's really important to analyze the event that led to that. Well, because then you can say, well, first of all, you had no right to do that, but because they portrayed this event as so fantastic, so over the top with these terrorists doing this, during the Boston Marathon, a patriotic event, well, we had to take these extraordinary measures of shutting down a city and tanks rolling through the streets, things that Americans wouldn't have dreamed were possible 50 years ago. We saw the Soviet tanks, going through Hungarian streets, and so we thought, wow, that's terrible. Well, now we do it, and you just chant USA, USA, and you can't. Once you start doing those things, the same thing with the way all our politicians. Once we started killing people with drones and bragging about it, and saying talking about assassinating people, you can't take that back. That you crossed a moral boundary, so you've lost the moral high ground. You can't lecture others when you're not only targeting people for assassination, but you're bragging about it. You're spiking the football.
Well, yeah. Well, you have the one. Well, in Dallas, as tragic as it is, that guy was killing officers and stuff. They used a drone to blow him up. They attached dynamite to a drone and drove it in there and just blew it up.
Yeah, and that's like what happens now. And people, one of my things that I like to mention quite a bit was, in 1976, President Gerald Ford was pressured into signing an executive order outlawing assassination as an American political tool. And that was through the church committee disclosures and so forth when the attempts on Castro's life. Flash forward less than 40 years later, and you have a liberal president, so-called most liberal president we've ever had, Barack Obama, bragging about killing an American citizen, Anwar al-Awlaki, who had never even been charged with a crime, targeting and killing him, bragging about it, and then killing his 16-year-old son the next month for good measure. You have Hillary Clinton saying, we saw, he died, and laughing about it.
Which, see, to me, a lot of people don't, I think the conspiracy there is about al-Awlaki is the fact that he was entrenched. This guy was going to the White House. He was going to the Pentagon. He was entrenched in Washington, D.C., and all of a sudden he is the leader of Al-Qaeda. To me, that right there is like, how does that happen? I mean, there's something more to that story just in that simple fact. A lot of people don't realize this. Al-Awlaki he's been not as a tourist, but as a guest. He sat in meetings at the White House. He sat in meetings with the Joint Chiefs. And all of a sudden, this guy's the number one terrorist in the world. And we had to blow him up with a drone.
But even beyond, certainly his connections are interesting. We are always look at that. But just no matter who it was. I mean, in 1976, polls at the time, before that executive order was passed, especially when the disclosures, revelations about Castro, the assassination attempts on him came out, most Americans were aghast at it. Yeah. Castro was considered this demonized communist enemy. And at the time, most polls showed that most Americans would have been against assassinating Hitler, the all-time demonized enemy of America, the all-time ultimate evil guy. That's the sea change that has occurred in people's beliefs about taking human life. And they recognized then, they still recognized that, a majority of us did anyhow, that it was something beyond the pale, that assassination was just something that we didn't do because we wanted to have the moral high ground. We're the greatest country in the world. We don't do this, what happens in third world banana republics. But we've become a third world banana republic in many ways, especially with the way we conduct our foreign policy. But once we started, I mean, it was bad enough when we assassinated people or did things and lied about it and covered up and blamed them. But with that droning of Al-Awlaki, there was no cover-up. There was no attempt. It was right out. Yeah, we killed him, and it was a great thing. This was a great thing. And I forget Obama's exact quote, but it was basically, this was he got his justice, and this was a great thing in the war on terror. And it was like, wow. And almost nobody on the left. Again, where are the civil libertarians? Nobody even blanched at all. Like, how is that okay with you? And this is the problem we face now, is that once we cross that boundary, and we saw during Hillary Clinton's campaign that, other than the outcasts like Cynthia McKinney, who I correspond with sometimes, who was a wonderful representative and would be a great person in Congress again, Dennis Kucinich, another one of my favorites, people like that on the left, and Ron Paul and Pat Buchanan on the right. Other than that, no one speaks out about this. If they do, they just fall right in line with it, and they think that it's okay to assassinate people. And I wonder, where are the civil libertarians? Where are the old leftists that would have been appalled at even the suggestion that it was okay to assassinate anyone, let alone something like Al-Awlaki?
Well, yeah, I mean, and the thing was, what I found just, I guess, troubling with all of that is the fact that, waterboarding, torture. Oh, you can't, that's just torture. You can't do that. But yeah, shooting a missile through a guy's window and blowing him up, that's okay.
Yeah, well, again, once we did start, and the Republicans, and I was, certainly appalled at when they basically tried to defend torture in the Bush administration and saying this again. America never went on the record before as like trying to justify torture. That was something, the Chinese water torture and the dirty, sneaky, rotten Japs and the people that we were fighting. Those are the ones that did that. We didn't do that, but they tried to justify it. And as you said, once then, I believe that some of the Bush administration even tried to say, "Hey, you didn't want us to waterboard. We didn't assassinate people." And so, the Democrats took it even farther. And I don't know what they might do next, but I mean, you hear, nuclear war kind of talked about in very light tones, like it's just another day in the park. Like this is an option.
Well, you know what they're going to do. I mean, all right. So they used a drone to kill a guy over in some foreign land. They used a drone here in Dallas. So, and then you have a police force that actually filed for a permit to use a drone because, they wanted to arm and they got permission from the FAA. They actually got permission. It's a police force. I want to say in Oklahoma, or one of the police forces got permission from the FAA to put a firearm on a drone. Thus making, it's only a matter of time before it happens. And a lot of people are like, well, what do you care about that? Only the bad guys. No, because you have the government now locking up people who speak out against the government. in the United States. A lot of people don't realize this, but people look at what happened to Lavoie. Look at what happened to, and thank God the jury system worked. But then they turn around and they said, well, but we're not going to let them go because in Nevada, we're going to, they got charged. But look at Lavoie. Lavoie clearly, regardless of what he said or what he threatened, he got out of that car. He had his hands up. They shot at him.
Right.
So, the video says that. And then not only did they shoot at him, and Americans ought to be outraged, but not only they shoot at him, but they spent 30 more minutes putting lead through the car to try to kill the other passengers.
And you see, again, this is where if only people could come together, because, and certainly I understand that incident was horrible, but another horrible incident is, I believe, still ongoing with the Indian lands, where a lot of the left is at least excited about that and protesting, but can never seem to realize that in both cases the government overstepped their boundaries, and this is the problem, is that they are exceeding their power constantly, and they're overstepping, they're crossing these lines in the sand over and over again, and every time they do it and there's no repercussions and there's not enough public outcry, it just assures that they're going to cross another line in the future because no one's holding them responsible. And this is, again, where I wonder where the civil libertarians are, but they just don't exist anymore. The people like my hero Mark Lane, who I worked for as a teenage volunteer with the jfk-assassination critic, but he was a civil libertarian, and he was my role model in many ways for my political beliefs, where he believed in the old Patrick Henry Voltaire credo that I may not agree with what you say, but I'll defend to my dying day your right to say it.
That's right.
No one believes that anymore.
Well, I think what's going on with the Dakota, what's going on there is that when they arrested the 16 out of the when they shot LaVey and they arrested everybody else, I think that sent a message that, hey, look, you come out here and there's a potential. But you're right. People don't realize you don't hear anything about it on the news about this line. It's bizarre. You'd think that would fill news.
Yeah, you would, but it's just, again, the mainstream media has always been bad, but they are, at this point, I don't know how bad Pravda could have been at the height of the Soviet Union, but I can't believe it could have been much more of a sycophant of the state than our mainstream media is, because they literally just pass on the most laughable explanations and official statements.
But they're not media anymore, though. Since the FCC ruled, a lot of these news agencies, except your local news, is no longer classified as news anymore. They're considered entertainment.
Right, and the local news, of course, they're
rip and read.
Obsessed with the weather.
They're going to rip and read whatever AP feeds them.
Yeah, exactly. So they're not doing much investigation. The person I talked to about Sandy Hook, that was a local reporter here in Washington, D.C., that I was talking to. She just happened to be on the scene and covering it and happened to be the one who interviewed that nurse. But if we just had, again, just one television network, that would just do these jobs, then these things it wouldn't be as easy for them, because as we saw by the people, I think that, the people that voted for Hillary Clinton were people that were divided in this country, not so much between left and right, but between people that buy the reality that's being constructed by Hollywood and the establishment and press, and those are the people that really voted for Hillary Clinton. They bought the narrative that Trump was this, drooling, huge villain that was a Hitler type that had that we had to stop, that was so dangerous. They bought into this narrative, and the other half of the people, really are independent thinkers and are not buying that narrative to one degree or another. It depends on, some of them gravitated to Sanders, some of them to Trump, some of them, stayed third party with Liz Stein or whatever, but
with Johnson.
We need more people to be able to think, and that's the problem. I've lost lots of friends on social media, especially just because of my support for Trump, and it's amazing to me.
I get it. I get it. And I've actually posted. So, I said, look, the day I give up my friendship because my friend says something that I disagree with, I need to evaluate my friendship with that person. Because I've got professor buddies. Look, I'm I'm a social conscious libertarian. I believe as limited government as possible, but we do have a responsibility to take care of those that cannot take care of themselves. That's what I believe. And, but I'll be damned if I was going to vote for Hillary Clinton. It wasn't going to, I'm going to flat out tell you, was not going to put her in office because number one, the body count. Number two, what I saw with Podesta, thank God those emails came out right before they did. The fact that you have something going on there, and the last thing I want to do is put him in office and stuff. Right. So, hey, Donald, why don't you hang in there because I just we missed our last break. I can't miss this one. Okay. I'll get yelled at. So okay. and stuff. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we will continue the conversation. If you guys have a question for our very special guest, Donald Jeffries. Please put them in the chat room. We'd love to hear from you. It is very important that you guys start to participate to help if I hit the freaking button. And so if it's going to be one of those nights, I'm going to tell you. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with our very special guest, Donald Jeffries, talking about his book, Hidden Histories.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
is right. I hope I woke you guys up out there. No, it's not the end of the show. Just wanted to throw that one in there because I love this song. And we're talking about Messenger. What a show we have in store for you tonight. As we're talking with Donald Jeffries. You know, they always say kill the messenger, right? Because the messenger usually brings the bad news. In this case, the messenger is bringing news to wake you up, to wake us up. It's just amazing. And I like your approach, Don. As you said earlier, your job, you're not out there, you know, creating the story. You're just asking why. You know, right. Why? You're not out there. You're not creating the narrative. You're not saying this or that. You're just saying why. You know, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't pass the sniff test. This doesn't pass common sense. And
exactly right.
Yeah.
Can you hold this? I think I'm going to need to switch this phone.
Oh, is the battery going dead?
Yeah, it usually doesn't happen. Let me just get this other phone.
Okay. So while you're doing that, though, I do want to address one of the questions.
Sure.
Well, someone in the chat room was talking about, you know, the Vatican and the Lucifer Project. You hear about that?
Right.
And so,
yes.
Look, yeah.
Yes, I have heard of that. Yeah.
Do you need me to call you back or at another number?
No. I'm gonna get. No. Okay, I got this. other.
Okay.
This one should be hopefully discharged.
This will be fine.
Sorry about that.
Well, you know, I hear, and that's the other thing too, is that part of this stuff that we have to make sure that we're clear on the information we get, and that's the problem with the internet. Is that, I mean, it's great that there's a lot of sources out there. Don't get me wrong. But the other thing too is you got to do the legwork. You just can't take the first article and say, "Oh, there you go. That's the truth." Or you can't. You got to actually do the legwork. And I'll tell you.
And I have been fooled myself and reminded very forcefully on Facebook recently, because apparently there was a whole slew of completely fake news stories out there, and it was designed to discredit Trump's campaign. Like I fell for one because it came under the heading of Breitbart, and which is a pretty mainstream right-wing source, and it had all these detailed quotes about Joe Biden, just really talking about women being lazy and all these horrible things. So I posted on there, and of course people said it's been vetted, that's not true. And I looked and I saw the original speech. No. I didn't want to listen to an hour video of Joe Biden talking, but I guess I should have, because I apparently couldn't trust them to have it quoted correctly. And more recently, there was another one where it talked about the person who was the FBI, the guy that was involved in one of an FBI agent who was involved in the recent WikiLeaks or something, supposedly died in a strange fire or something, or with fire or killed, murder-suicide, I think it was. And that sounded right out of the Clinton body count. So, and again, looked at it, and it was like the Denver Guardian or something. It sounded like a mainstream paper. Well, some shill made it up, and it was apparently completely phony, and it was nowhere else. So, yeah, usually I'm more careful than that, but and I try to use mainstream media as much as I can, because I know so many people are just going to say, well, you know, where did you, I mean, I don't think the mainstream media is any more credible than most of the kids in their basement, to be honest with you, but I understand that's what people look for. So in my book, Hidden History, certainly I tried to use mainstream sources wherever I could. And there were some things I couldn't use. For instance, some of the things I talked about, I had to use an old newspaper called The Spotlight, which is out of existence now. I believe they came American Free Press, but they were smeared as being anti-Semitic. And the problem was that back then, before the internet, they was the only place you could get alternative sources, alternative information. They were the first ones to talk about the Bilderbergers, for instance. Yeah. They sent an undercover reporter in there every year. They were kind of Alex Jones before there was Alex Jones. But so sometimes you don't have any choice. Like I said, I couldn't source anyone else other than Spotlight for many. For instance, Vote Scam, the article that I had on the Collier Brothers Vote Scam articles. Yeah. The Spotlight was the only newspaper that serialized them. And so I got in an argument with the Collier's daughter later before the publication of the book, because she objected very much to me using the Spotlight as a source, because she said, oh, they're anti-Semitic. I said, well, look, I only learned about Vote Scam through the Spotlight. Yeah. They interviewed your father, they interviewed your uncle, and they had excerpts from the book. No one else did. What other source could I use?
Yeah. Well, they say that I like how they'll throw those things out. I mean, I get all the time. They don't believe this or that. It's like, look, I mean, but their information's credible and it's vetted. More importantly, it's vetted. It's like
for instance,
here's the document.
Exactly.
Well, a lot of people. Well, Alex Jones. A lot of people don't like. You know how many times I've heard Alex Jones is a shill. You know that he works for the government and he does this and he does that, and it's like, but I don't care, because when he throws information out there, I can tell you every time he's put something out there and he said, go look at it for yourself. Here's the document. Here's the number. Here's whatever. I go out there and sure enough, he is absolutely correct. I mean, it's just.
I've gotten so many arguments, about Alex Jones, especially in the JFK forums, because, and as I said, I don't care. Yes, he's over the top. He's an entertainer. Well, I find him entertaining, but he's, on his worst day, he is a million times more credible than any mainstream journalist you're going to find. Yes, he tends to be over the top. He doesn't act, so-called professional sometimes, but that's what draws viewers and draws attention, because it's the sizzle, it's selling the sausage.
That's the other thing though, is that kills me about the internet, is that I look at these websites that have, that are just full. You'll watch these videos and they'll have 100,000 hits or 200,000 hits, and it's just disinformation after disinformation, and it's. And the problem, and I call it disinformation. A lot of people say, well, it's shedding a light on it. Well, no, it's not. It's wrong. And the problem is that it makes people believe that is the truth. And then what happens is that they pull the rug out again and it discredits everybody.
Yeah, and that's the argument all the time, is that, it's going to discredit legitimate research. And I get that argument of Alex Jones. So he's, I tell them all the time, look, I said, do you think, and one of the guys I used to argue with about this was David Lifton, who wrote Best Evidence. He was a bestseller, and he hates anything outside the mainstream. He considers himself. I said, David, you're the one that came up with the dual coffins theories. The fact that there was surgical alteration of the body on Air Force One.
Yeah.
That's his theory. And I said, and I liked his book, and I believe he came up with some groundbreaking information. But I told him, I said, look, how is anybody going to come up with much more of a wild theory than that? I said, do you really think that these television networks are going to take you seriously or any of us seriously? They think we're all kooks because they're pushing the narrative that Oswald did it. So Alex Jones is saying Oswald didn't do it. Yeah, some of his stuff is a little over the top, and he doesn't have as much knowledge of the minutia as some of us have about the JFK case, but he's handling so many things, and he certainly knows it better than most of these reporters. So I understand what you're saying. There's certainly some disinformation out there, and some of it we know from Cass Sunstein. That during the Obama administration, Cass Sunstein, we know that he was tasked to basically delineated a plan to infiltrate these forums and infiltrate the internet with those kind of disinformation trolls. And we see them on every forum, and we don't know how many of them are just idiotic practical jokers, immature people that like to screw with people, because there's a lot of people like that out there, or how many of them are actually being paid by someone to do it, or some of that there may be people that just honestly are mistaken and believe this stuff. But I just look at it. It's an unfortunate, but I think it's an unfortunate byproduct of the fact that the mainstream media, the professional reporters, don't do their job. So it's left to all these citizens, and sometimes they're immature people in basements. If you watch South Park recently this year, they have a whole thing about how one of the fathers is just become this king troll that's just going around putting these obscene pictures out there, and everybody's up and he's this guy's a lawyer, but there are people like that. Yeah. That just like to screw
it's attention, negative attention, positive attention. At the end of the day, it's still attention. And like I said, the reason why I brought that whole thing up is because this whole Lucifer, the Vatican to Lucifer, right? And I'm sitting there going, how can the Vatican? Now, I've seen some strange things at the Vatican, at the Holy See. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, they have the astrology and stuff that's in the marble work and stuff like that. And, and let's face it, there's been a lot of paintings that have been commissioned by the Vatican that are bizarre in nature. But I mean, this one here, is over, the whole deal with Lucifer and the telescope and stuff. So people don't, and I don't know, I mean, you've heard about it, right? Where the Vatican has a telescope called Lucifer.
But I tend to, most of the Vatican theories, I mean, the only theory I've ever been interested in as far as the Vatican was what I believe was the assassination of Pope John Paul I. I think that was, I think that was very fishy. And I know that, they had Bishop Par Marcellus was there, that was from Chicago, and seemed to be like a mobster that was in charge of the Vatican Bank. And there appeared to be some Freemasons infiltrating. I was interested in that aspect of it, but I don't buy, and a lot of it I think is the people that say the Vatican behind. You hear some of these, the exact same theories you hear about the Jews. Yeah. And it's almost the exact same thing. The Vatican, they accuse the Vatican of the exact same thing, and I just, I don't know that there is any. One group.
I can tell you in this case, the Vatican did not name their telescope. Number one, they don't own the telescope. Actually, the telescope is owned by an organization called MGIO, and the Vatican actually, it was part of the Max Planck Institute. The Vatican doesn't own telescopes. What they do is they rent the space, and someone at MGIO took the acronym, because basically what it stands for is LBT, Near Infrared Spectroscopic Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research. And so someone took that name and put it all together. The original name was Lucy, Luci. And someone said, oh, wait a minute, we have Lucifer. Because they put all those words together or whatever. But the Vatican, and actually this came from MGO. MGO says, we're a group of European institutes who built the infrared camera and spectroscope and named it, a participant named it Lucifer. So what happened? First, somebody reported the instrument called Lucifer was installed at Mount Graham. Then someone remarked that Mount Graham also hosts the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope. So it's not even the telescope they're using. It's a telescope. They actually, the Vatican's using a telescope there at Mount Graham called the Advanced Technology Telescope. And this is somewhat amusing that Mount Graham has both Vatican and Lucifer. Then the information somehow degraded to the slur that was born Vatican astronomers are supposedly friends with Lucifer. So it's just.
And there's enough credible, more than enough credible stuff out there without reaching. But some people try to reach. So they try to see Satan everywhere.
Well,
and I think certainly there is an undercurrent. There's, the people that seem to have this power. It doesn't surprise me. We talked about the emails and so forth. There does seem to be, a lot of satanic connections, and you do see.
Well, we've said they go Bilderberg, they go out to, and they worship Moloch, and they have occult tendencies. They do the soul cooking, where they the sign of the horns, the devil sign that you see. You see these guys. I don't know how many pictures I've seen. Yeah. For seemingly every celebrity in the world doing it. I don't think they're all fans of the Texas Longhorns. I don't believe the Queen of England and Paul McCartney and people like that are fans of the Longhorns. Yeah, exactly. Well, they do. You see these artists who are doing the triangle, the Illuminati. If you look at a lot of the symbology in their music videos, things of that nature. So there is something going on, and that's why I said I'm like you. Is that I don't have to create this stuff. It's already out there. You just got to learn and get off your butt and do the research to follow up. Like I said, I just the other day, I saw Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton come out with purple and they were like, oh, that's for unity. And I'm like, unity, my butt. They would want to see us locked up. I mean, you can't tell me Hillary Clinton's not pissed off at, 53 million Americans right now, or how many, totally voted. And, so that I'm like, that ain't unity. So I started doing an investigation myself and come to find out. And if you believe in the cult ties, the cultist ties that, Clinton, well, some of her advisors, I think we've already proven it, are tied to the occult one way or the other. And then you go into the color purple, and the occult meaning means, throw tyranny. And it also means, overthrow the government. That's what purple means in the occult world it's a symbol. It's a color of overthrowing the government and creating tyranny and stuff. I mean, Google it yourself. So it's not a stretch. Like I said, you don't have to make this stuff up. It's just, you just got to get off your butt and do the legwork.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff out there. And anybody that reads my book is going to be fine. I probably lessen things out, but I mean, I put as much stuff in there as good, but you can just really,
well, for those that are out there, get the book. You guys can go up. But here we go. You obviously chapter 1, you start out with JFK, which is your body of work. I mean, that's pretty much what you were originally known for. But then in chapter 2, you cover the 60s, real impact of the 60s. And then in chapter 3, you cover the 70s, Watergate shooting of George Wallace, CIA House Select Committee on assassination, right-wing anger. And then chapter 4, you get into the Reagan years, which is incredible. We had Bob Fletcher on the show, talking about his experiences and his investigation with Congressman Sonny Bono's death, and how that was completely, bizarre. Have you? And
I don't think I included him in. It could easily have been included in the Clinton body count, but I don't think I included him. So again, I didn't want to reach too far, but yeah, certainly that. Well,
he did. I mean, he did a great. I mean, he's got a great expose on that. So apparently, well, the out of the whole story that I got out of that is the fact that Sonny Bono's wife at the time, the minute she got her check, all of Sonny Bono's stuff was in a trash can. She rented a dumpster, rented a huge dumpster, and all of his stuff went into the dumpster and was thrown away. That right there, grieving widow my butt. I mean, it's definitely not a grieving widow.
I believe Sonny was one of the more outspoken critics about Waco. I believe that was probably.
Well, you had Waco, and actually Bob was meeting with him 2 weeks after. Well, he passed. He was assassinated, or is a theory. But Bob had a meeting on the books to go over the drug running, and apparently Bob has the list of very well-known politicians and people who are involved in a lot of the drug running that's going on. And he received his list from the guys up in the, that are the drug dealers, the suppliers. So, and they were going to blow it open. And then, of course, Sonny ended up skiing into a tree, which at 30 miles an hour, which, number one, a lot of people don't realize Sonny Bono was a very prolific skier. He was an incredible skier. Number one. Number two, skiing between the trees, in order to hit that one tree head on that he supposedly hit head on, he would have had to ski through 4 other trees to hit the one tree.
And he was one of a pair of incredibly strange skiing deaths that happened about the same time.
That's right.
Very close to each other. Well, the other one was Michael Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's son.
Yep, Robert.
Supposedly was playing football catch while he was skiing and ran into a tree. And, he was someone who was thinking of entering politics. So very, very curious. And again, you look at these incidents, and if you start scratching away, like you indicated Bob Fletcher did, then you really start to see that there seems to be something behind almost every one of these if you look at them. You hate to think that, that no one can just kind of die without any, subversive or, some kind of conspiratorial reason behind it. But these powerful people, if you investigate these things, you just come up on the same things each time. And again, my book certainly is full of those kind of
well, the one that I was looking at out of your list, I would say you have about 100 or so investigation. I don't want to say conspiracy because I don't believe whatever. You've got a few, but the one that really gets me that I've always been concerned about is the dead and missing scientists. That's the one. Do you want to talk about that a little bit so people don't, I mean, so people will, I mean, that one is the one that keeps me up at night, because these are not just scientists that are doing, little stuff. These are the guys that are doing some pretty significant bio weapon or potentially bioweapon stuff.
And I tabulated a whole group of them that happened in a particular period of time, but there have actually been other clusters at other times of scientists dying like that. And what I find most incredible about it is that if you can think of an occupation that probably should be least associated with violent death, like murder and things like that, it would be something like research science. And most of us, watching the old horror movies, I mean, we might think of a mad scientist type, but most of the time we think of research scientists kind of nerdy types who are, kind of meek, mild-mannered, and really obsessed with their little research. We don't think of them encountering violence. And yet, in these cases, so many of them did. And, especially the murders, I mean, the suicides and the murders and the accidental deaths, it's just beyond the pale, and especially, as you noted, the kind of research, they were associated with some very biomed type of stuff. And we know with these scientists, if you look into what they're, I touched on it a little bit there, but, you've had scientists in recent years that they're like Frankenstein types that wanted to unearth, they wanted to bring out the 1918 influenza virus that killed so many people, that wanted to, bring it out in a laboratory. What good could come out of that? Again, I've watched enough horror movies to know nothing good's going to come out of that, but these scientists, again, I don't know what they're thinking. At least you have that mindset going on, and then you have all the strange deaths. And another group, I didn't touch on it in the book, maybe I should have, but that has happened in the last few years is all these bankers that have died the same kind of way, murdered, jumping off of buildings and so forth. And again, you don't associate with that world with violent death, but you really shouldn't associate the world of politics if everything's hunky-dory, like the establishment narrative is that these people are just in there to serve the public. Well, why do so many of them tend to die the way they do? And I got in an argument with somebody on Facebook the other day where I said, when we talked about the Clinton body count, and I said, I'm 60 years old, and I've never known anyone personally that was a good friend or family member that died in a plane crash.
Yeah.
I've known, I think, one close family member that died in a car accident when I was little. I've never known anybody I was close to that killed themselves, and I've never known anybody that I was even an acquaintance with that was murdered in 6 years. And I believe most people are probably like that. Now, you look at the Clintons and people like that, I mean, look, just ones I came up with in the book. And, as the exclusion of Sonny Bono shows, I didn't, come up with a complete list by any means. I mean, they are literally associating the same thing with the Bushes and other powerful politicians, too.
It's funny that you say that, because I ask that same question. I ask people all the time on the show, I said, look, when we talk about this, right now, how many people do you know who have died, and I'm going to say under mysterious circumstances? I ask that question all the time, at least once a month on this show, because this comes up quite a bit. And, when we talk about and most people don't have any. I mean, yeah. I have one friend who was killed, who was killed, in a DUI accident. I have another friend who was killed, unfortunately, in a drug deal. He was murdered. He was trying to buy drugs and he was murdered, trying to buy drugs. Those are the two that I know. But see, I lead a pretty extraordinary life. Most people don't have anything, they would never, they wouldn't know anybody to do drugs, right? Or whatever, that kind of stuff. When I was younger, I was the hellion, as my grandmother would say. But I'll tell you, I mean, because that was the life that the environment that I lived in. But I can't, other than those two, which I can say, like I said, it's because the environment I lived in, that's why I have that association. But I can tell you most people can't name one, let alone two. And here you're talking about 60s. So, that 68, I think, known associates of the Clintons, 68. That is crazy. That's just mathematically, statistically, there. That is really bizarre. But Don, we've already blown through this segment. Can you stay on one more? Are you good to go? Or
I'll stay on one more segment.
You can do one more segment. All right. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk with our guest, Don Jeffries, as we hopefully, guys, start asking some questions in chat room. I see you guys talking. I know you got to have some. There's got to be a conspiracy out there that you would like to ask Don about. Get it in the chat room.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here on the web, here every night from 10 to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. See, there's a good example. I can't do two things at once. I keep on telling Sandy I can, but there was proof there. I'm trying to read your chat room messages so I can make sure that we get them asked. Get them over to our very special guest, Don Jeffries, as we discuss his book, Hidden Histories. See, you guys got to stop doing that. See, John, they're getting me here. I got chat going on. I'm trying to make sure that I get those questions asked in two chat rooms. That's my problem. I got two chat rooms going at the same time, and so I want to make sure. One of the questions that came in, and this is actually a good one. I'm really interested in this one as well, about Spears. Do you know anything about Max Spears?
I have heard about that recently. Yeah, it's a very strange death. I believe he was only 38, 30 something like that, 39. Yeah, he had supposedly been investigating. I believe he was more of a UFO type of paranormal researcher.
He was a UFO researcher.
Yeah. But again, these are, and you find that kind of, again, there's an overflow into that world of unexplained phenomena. you get these kind of strange deaths. But yeah, certainly it doesn't seem like it's, as I understand it, he was found dead on his girlfriend's couch or something.
And he was spitting up black goo. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it almost sounds like something he would write about. I mean, it's unexplained phenomena, but yeah, that doesn't sound like something that's supposed to happen to anybody at any age. And I don't think you should be dying. Maybe they claimed it was natural causes, like they do in so many cases. When you're that young, you don't expect to die like that.
Yeah. No, that was the thing. Is that he was spitting up black goo, which there's a whole theory about black goo. Have you heard anything about that? You've done
a little bit. Again, I'm not. Sure. One of these days I'm going to write a book about explain. And because again, I write in a lot of my fiction. I write about this stuff, and the Unreals is full of these kind of unexplained disappearances, spontaneous combustion, and UFOs and all kinds of things.
Well, and that's the thing too. Is what I love about your book, Hidden Histories, is the fact that you talk about everything you're talking about. How do I say this? It's mainstream. It's not I don't see anything esoteric. I mean, granted, the concept of conspiracy is esoteric in nature, but everything that you're talking about is mainstream stuff. You don't get into any of the UFO. You don't get into any of the black goo, or any Planet X. I don't see anything about Planet X in your research or anything like that, which is no,
nothing like that. I mean, excuse me. No, everything that I talk about is these are documented events, and it's just my point was trying to show people that the narrative they've been sold on, really all these events, it's lacking. It's full of holes, and now whatever theory you want to come up with that. I mean, my only theory would be that the media continues to peddle disinformation, and the government officials continue to lie about these significant events that impact all our lives, and as we saw on 9/11, result in legislation that curtails our liberties.
Yeah, I mean, I see it. So do you, with all of this stuff, you have to have like an underlying, like most people would say, well, Satan's at the driver's seat. Do you have an underlying theory of what's driving all of this? Or do you think it's just greed, just the classic stuff?
Well, I'm like Winston Smith in 1984, Orwell's character that was his question too. Why? He understood everything else, but he didn't understand why. And I struggle with that a lot. Why? I mean, for all intents and purposes, the people that run things, they've consolidated the wealth in their hands. They have almost all the wealth. They have ultimate power. They appear to be able to do anything they want with people. So, yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to come up with an esoteric reason, probably at the core of it, some kind of satanic thing. You want to call it the Illuminati, or just whatever you want to call it. I think at the top there is probably something like that, but that's something I can't prove. I certainly can't prove that, but I think what we talked about with the emails and some of these hand signals you see, and you see these kind of satanic, these Luciferian symbols everywhere, and it appears that the people that run things have a very strong interest in that for some reason, certainly more than they have in organized Christianity, for instance. So, if, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I think that, as my favorite characters from one of my favorite movies, Meet John Doe, said, Walter Brennan's character in that, he had a great line, said, the world's been shaved by a drunken barber. So I think whoever rules this world clearly appears to be evil to some extent, at least. So I don't know if that's the driving impulse behind all this tremendous corruption, or it's just something as simple as that it just keeps perpetuating itself. People in power keep promoting people that are like them to follow in their footsteps, and so it's so hard for honesty and someone who actually wants to work for the common good to get in these positions. But if there is something stronger than that, I believe it probably is tied in some degree to Satanism or Lucifer, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, whatever, yeah. Where do you think we're heading? I mean, what's your gut telling you?
Well, I've been saying for a long time that the economy can't. And my next book is coming out next year. It's called Survival of the Richest, and it's going to be about the consolidation of wealth and the corruption of the marketplace. And I think you can't, unless something now Trump is certainly not, he's not coming into office as a Huey Long or anything. He's not thinking about redistributing the wealth, but that can happen without, actively, literally doing it. But for instance, if those trade deals were turned off and renegotiated and industry returned to America, if the borders were closed and if illegal immigrants were here, or a substantial number of them were deported, if they ended the foreign visa guest worker program, if all that was done, that would work on its own to redistribute the wealth, because some of that would go towards all the workers that have been thrown out of work and whose wages have been driven down by all these variety of factors. So if industry returned and you had those decent paying jobs, factory jobs that used to exist, I think that would have a tremendous impact. Now, it remains to be seen whether Trump will actually even try to do that, let alone whether he can get it done. But if that doesn't happen, then I don't think America can survive economically much longer. We're already, we're seeing evidence of third world status everywhere. You're just seeing it. It's a banana republic type atmosphere, whether it's our culture or our economy. But every statistic I've seen, and it just gets worse and worse, shows that about 40% of Americans, the bottom 40%, have less than 1% of the collective wealth. And you just can't have a first world economy when almost half your people have nothing to buy your products with. The few products that they, whether you're importing them from China, which almost all of them are being imported, to go out to movies, to go to restaurants and so forth, the things that the livelihood, the lifeblood of the economy. If people don't have anything, and with every wave of immigration, because the immigrants are coming almost exclusively from the poorest parts of the world, they're entering in that bottom 40%, so they're increasing that number. So, for instance, if Hillary Clinton had gotten into office, I said, by the end of her first term, there would at least be 50% of the people that would grow to where they had nothing. And, obviously, if you have that many people with nothing, you can't have an effective economy. As a baby boomer, I grew up in a time when any job was capable of producing a standard of living to some degree. I mean, if you had any kind of a full-time job in the 1960s, you could at least afford an apartment. You certainly didn't have to live with your parents or rent a room somewhere. And that's the problem, is that, I knew when I was a kid, I knew lots of kids' parents who worked at Sears or Montgomery Ward's, and they just were, working behind the counter selling vacuum cleaners or something. Yeah. They lived in a single-family home. Their wife never had to work. They had as many kids as they wanted, and they had a decent standard of living. They were considered middle class, and that's what we're missing now. You don't have that anymore. You have the people at the top, and the problem that's not being addressed, because everyone who has a position of power in the United States, or a position of influence, whether it's on television or a celebrity, whatever, they're doing well. And that's what you saw in the Hillary Clinton thing. It's not the exact same topic, but it's the same kind of mentality, is that the system is working fine for them. They like things the way they are. They don't want to see Donald Trump or anybody else come in and shake things up because, hey, I'm doing great. But they're not looking at the almost half of the country that is struggling, and the 100 million people that are out of work, despite their Common Core figure of 5% unemployment somehow out of that. I mean, and not to mention the underemployed and the massive college debt, all the people that are going to college and are never getting jobs making $30,000 that they're lucky jobs that used to go to high school graduates.
Well,
and you just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was gonna add that you got 94. I want to add some numbers here so people have an understanding. You got 94 million people who are not looking for jobs in America, and then you've got the average debt now when a college student leaves college is $60,000. That's the average debt when they come out of college, and they're saying that in the next 5 years it's going to be almost well over, or it's going to be close to $100,000. So before you even come out of college, you're at $100,000, and you're right. The average income is $34,000 a year in the United States.
Yeah, and that's like what we would have as a generation ago. What you would have had as your mortgage, and you can't do that. You have to buy a car. Cars are more expensive, and that's the problem. Is that most people, they don't see, and nobody talks about this because congressmen or journalists or whatever, they're all doing very well. They're all in the 1%, whether they like to say it or not. They're part of that 1% too. They may be a lower tier of the 1%, but they're in the 1%. And they're doing very well, but they're not talking about all the people where if they do work, and Survival of the Richest, my book will talk a lot about the new normal. New normal is for most workers, you don't get raises, no more annual raises. So if your salary isn't growing, if you're lucky enough you're not outsourced or laid off or whatever, you're not able to meet the ever-expanding cost of living. Everything is going up. Food is going up. Gas is stabilized now. But certainly it was much more expensive for a while, and the cost of living, everything, entertainment, all goods and services, anything you pay for. Yeah. And if you're not getting an annual raise, you're not even coming close to just treading water, and it's a recipe for disaster, and no one seems to see that. But the preaching is constantly is they're trying to preach us to have lowered expectations, to accept that third world type of standard of living.
Live in a 200 square foot house. Sandy watches those shows, and Sandy watches those, how to live in a 200 square foot home or whatever, tiny home, micro home. I'm like, what?
Yeah, and they're trying to make it seem cool because they're trying to get people to be like they were in China. Rent a bunk out for we'll pay you 10 cents an hour and you go home to your bunk. And this is the kind of standard of living they're preaching. And is this what we want? I mean, the American dream was to buy your own home, have your own yard to cut and sit out in, and plant flowers in, and or plant vegetables. This was the American dream, to have your own home ownership, to have a single family home and pass it on to your children and so forth. But that's, when you're talking about micro apartments and crazy stuff like that, that's just a diminished standard of living, and it's not cool, no matter how many times the celebrities and journalists or whatever try to pretend it is.
They're gonna tell you that your carbon footprint is they're flying around in their corporate jets, Leonardo.
Exactly. Yeah, they're going to fly in a corporate jet to lecture you about your carbon footprint.
About your carbon footprint, where that one jet, that one trip, was more than I did. Well, Uber, I hear it all the time. Well, Uber, you're not going to have personal cars in 20 years because it's all going to be Uber. And it's like, no, I'll still have a personal car.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is that they don't. It's part of, as I said, the new normal, and it's a different standard of living, and that's it's third world thinking, because it's not where I have lots of statistics in the book coming up where it's basically if you come from that bottom quattro income level, there is no upward mobility anymore, and if you come from the top quattro, it's almost impossible to fall. You're there. And that's where you're going to be. If your parents are there, you're going to be there. And that's what we're lacking. Thomas Jefferson, talked about a meritocracy, and that's what America had for at least a while, where you had those, at least to some degree, rags to riches stories, and they're becoming harder and harder to come by unless you're, an athlete or something. But people. The American dream is, I think George Carlin said you got to be asleep to believe in it. That was a while back too, and at this point, it has become a nightmare. It's for most people because you can't, it's hard. I mean, I live a nice life, but I worry about my children being able. And Ross Perot talked about it back in the 90s. It said, this was before NAFTA was passed and everything. We're going to become the first generation who doesn't pass on a better lifestyle to our children, where our children, have a lowered standard of living. And that's I don't see any way that doesn't happen. I don't see how my children can possibly have as high a standard of living as I have.
Yeah.
Because I'm not in the 1%.
No, I agree. Well, they're going to come out of college with strapped with debt. When I was going to school, you paid $2,500 a semester, so it was $5,000 a year. So a 4-year degree was $20,000, and you probably had a chance to get a better job to begin with. I can tell you when I came out, I didn't finish up. I dropped out my junior year because I'm sitting there being recruited. I had offers where I was making, almost 6 figures because I was in the computer business and telecom. So you can imagine, I mean, and you had signing bonuses too, and you had everything. Yeah. And so it was one of those things where, but my kids will never have that opportunity. You're absolutely right. I mean, they'll never have that opportunity. I was sitting in a meeting not too long ago and a guy sat there. Now I've owned my own consulting company for almost 20 years now. Mm-hmm. And I have patents in this stuff. So, and especially in telecom. And the funny thing is that, I had a guy flat out tell me, he goes, if you were, a few more years younger and stuff, you wouldn't be able to find work. And I was like, why? And he goes, well, the only reason why people hire you is because of your experience. I'm like, and that's a bad thing? I mean, that's really a bad thing because it's like, no, people hire me because you want to use my product. That's right. Number one. But no, he is right though. But I tell my kids this is like, you can't do what I've done because the only reason why I am working, and I agree with the guy's statement, it wasn't wrong at all. I do have that experience. So when they look at, I'm competing against computer science guys who have master's degrees because the undergrad degree wasn't enough. I've got a couple guys that I know that are doctors, PhDs, because the master's degree wasn't good enough to get them the job.
Well, that's what happens when you step it up. When you make the bachelor degree relatively worthless, then you have to jobs that used to require a high school degree, now they want a bachelor's. Used to require bachelor's, now they want a master's, and so forth. And it becomes people that were making more money as high school graduates, relatively speaking, a generation ago now than people coming out of college. And but all you hear from our politicians, our leaders, because their children are going to Ivy League schools, they have nothing to worry about. And college education is relative. If you can afford Harvard or Yale, then any degree from there is going to get you something. Yeah. But if you're going to just a general college in your area, you're going to pay a lot, and unless you get a specialized degree, get a job in, English or something like I would do, English or literature or something, you're not going to, you might be lucky to get a job as a teacher, which really doesn't pay that well, maybe. Yeah. But it's something nobody talks about. Instead, the politicians just pay lip service. Well, they care about the children, and education is a priority. It's like the meaningless, empty, like who's going to be against education or against the children? But these are the courageous positions they take,
Yeah.
I'm for national defense. I'm for defending the country, and I'm for the children. Okay.
Yeah, I'm for the. Well, I don't even go there with that's a sore subject for me. When these politicians are sitting there saying that they're for the kids, and it's all about the kids. It's all about the kids, but yet you don't have a problem dropping a bomb on them. Exactly. In Syria, you don't have a problem turning your back on them. You'd rather drop a bomb than drop food source. Don't even get me going about this whole argument with the kids and stuff. But no, look, we're strapping our kids with an enormous amount of debt. I mean, they're coming out $100,000. Think about it, $100,000 by the time my youngest gets through college. It's gonna, we're gonna be in debt another $100,000 to get her through college, and it's just it's how do you I don't know. It's at this point where you just go, I hope something happens. But like I said, in my industry, especially, I remember I tell this story. I walked into a business. I had five guys that worked under me in a telecom project. By the time we were done, they were all gone. I was the only American, and there was 25 Indians.
Yeah, well, I see that too. I mean, and that's at least as now, it's the guest visa worker program, and they're actually the government's paying companies a bonus to hire visa workers, obviously at a much lower salary than American citizens, and it's criminal. It's treasonous, really, for our leaders to be doing that.
And a lot of people don't understand this. They don't pay taxes. Because if they're not here if they're not here more, they got to be here more than 10 years, and then they pay taxes. So what they'll do is they'll leave before they don't pay income. They don't pay taxes, guys.
And that affects everything. Not only income, but it affects payroll, because it affects Social Security and Medicare and all that stuff that we depend on the funds to pay into it. And they're not. But people, all they're looking at is the short-term profit, and because that makes them a bigger profit, and the people at the top get their bigger bonuses every year.
That's right.
The rest of you be damned, and that's the kind of selfish attitude that prevails now. And hopefully, like I said, if we bring industry back, some of that will change with Trump. But I'm still not very optimistic about it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take care of yourself. That's why I said get yourself in a position where you can, be an asset or something. I mean, learn how to fish or learn how to grow vegetables or do something,
right, exactly.
Because it is. The days of, like you said, coming out of high school or coming out of college and finding a job, they're over. I mean, it's very rare. Like I said, I'm competing even today. I compete against guys who have master's degrees or PhDs. So it's unbelievable. So talk about, we were talking about the education system. What conspiracies have you uncovered in our current education system besides the flocking of our children financially?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it conspiracies, but I think there's misguided priorities everywhere. I mean, our students seem to be taught all kinds of inappropriate sexual things at an early age, but they lack, just sound, basic knowledge. Certainly, I've said many times, writing about history, hidden or not, that almost the vast majority of Americans at this point are historically illiterate. They know nothing. They don't even know, like the events we're talking about, they don't even know the official stories, which I believe are wrong. You can't even really enlighten them often about the cover-ups because they don't even know the official stories. So it's, they don't even know the fake history, let alone the real history. So you have to inform them who the people are and what the events were. And so this is the problem we have, is that the students are coming out, they can't write like they used to. They're not being taught, and it's because of the way they're being taught, and so much time is wasted on standardized tests and just useless things like that. And it's again, the same people that run our schools are, it's the same kind of mindset that runs everything in our society. No portion of our society is running really rationally at this point, in my view.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, and you got guys over in the chat room who are trying to make me smile. So it's funny because I'm on the video, so they're doing. But it's funny that you say that we talk about that, because did you see the video of the classroom and the girl's got a can opener, a hand can opener, and she's trying to open up.
Yes, I did see that, and they were cheering her.
They were cheering her because she finally figured out how, that is where those are our future leaders.
Yeah, and that was amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable. Someone said that about common sense, and you're absolutely right. But but I can tell you, these kids can tell you, who Kim Kardashian is. Well, I married to, or whatever. They can tell you all that stuff. They can tell you, what's the coolest car. They can tell you. They can probably recite to you Justin Bieber's newest song or whatever. I'm surprised they even know those things. I've got teenage daughter. Got girls and stuff. So I've got one that's 30 but the thing is that you're right. They can't give you the articles of the Constitution. They just can't. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. I don't know. Now, were you of the age in order to graduate, you actually had to take a Constitution test? Was that required for you?
I didn't. Well, I think we studied the Constitution, but I don't think we actually had to take a test in order to graduate. But that's probably way back when. But certainly people. I don't think. You might be some young kids might know "We the People," maybe, but I don't. Beyond that, I don't. Go back to the old Andy Griffith episode where I think Barney Fife was bragging about he knew the Constitution. He literally couldn't even say the first word. He couldn't even say "We the People." And unfortunately, that was funny then, but I think, that probably applies to the vast majority of our citizens now.
Yeah, it's sad. Well, they don't have civics anymore, right? They don't teach it in school.
No, they certainly, you don't see, do you really see civic behavior anymore? I mean, it's just, and there's just so many problems we have in our society. That's just, a couple of them is, we just don't, school at this point, you understand why so many kids are homeschooled. Yeah. Because whether it's just for religious reasons, where they don't think they're teaching them appropriate material, or however you look at it, they aren't coming out as educated. I think we've all seen on the internet and so forth, like this sixth grade test from 1890 or something that virtually no adult can pass today. That kind of thing. There's no question that 100 years ago, the people that could afford to stay in school were much better educated than virtually anyone is today.
Yeah. It's funny you said, because my youngest daughter, she signed up to take, well, both of them actually. I had one that graduated early, and then my youngest one's now signed up to take, college classes in high school. She's actually taking college courses in high school now. And I asked her, is it rough? And she's like, no, Dad, this is easy. And she's right though, but because it was funny. She made a statement to me the other day. She goes, school is so easy nowadays. All I have to do is show up and not cause any fights. And she goes, I'll pass. And she's figured it out though. She has. She's just show up, do what they tell you to do, and be a good student. Don't cause any issues. Keep your head down. And, for her, it's the advanced placement classes are what school was for me when I went to, you went to school, and now she's getting college credit for it in high school. Yeah. So,
that's what they've had to do. They kind of divide children up like that, and it's like I said, I don't know. I've known. I used to volunteer in the schools for my children, and I liked most of the teachers, and but even they would be critical a lot of times, especially the standardized tests. It's just they waste so much time. I remember my daughter was in second grade, I think, and they just they spent seemingly all year studying about various Indian tradition, American Indian. It's just okay. I understand that you want to learn some of that, but they studied nothing about the American Revolution or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't. It's funny that you say that, because I volunteered as a reader when my daughter was in kindergarten and she was in first grade. Yeah, as a reader, and I came in and I went to the bookstore and bought children, just to come in and read to the kids.
Right.
And I bought books from Barnes and Noble to come in and they were like, no, they gave me the list. And I was like, are you Orwellian or what? These are the list of approved books that it wasn't like I was bringing in 1984. I was bringing in children, but, I went down and purchased the books appropriate for the kids. And they were like, no, you can't read those. You have to, here's the list of books you have to read.
Right.
I was like, it's like, this is stupid, but that's how it is now. I mean, that's the way it goes. So, well, my friend, we have reached that time. Is there anything that we have missed or anything? Like I said, each one of your sections in your book, we can spend 4 hours on, but, is there anything that we missed that you would like to talk about? And of course, tell our listening audience how they reach you and how they get your books and everything.
Well, I think we covered pretty much everything in it, but my book is available on Amazon. It's in most Barnes and Noble stores. Again, it's Hidden History and an expose of modern crimes, conspiracies, and cover-ups in American politics. I do blog regularly, and my blog is donaldjeffries.wordpress.com. It's the Keeping It Unreal blog after The Unreals, my novel. And so again, I just wrote an article about the election yesterday, and my articles sometimes appear on Lou Rockwell and other places like that. So if you Google me, you can usually find a lot of things I've written online, and I don't post as much anymore at the JFK forums as I used to, but I still go there occasionally. So, but and again, my book Survival of the Richest is coming out next year, so that'll be published by Skyhorse, the same publisher that published Hidden History.
Sure. And we'll definitely That's coming out July 4th.
Yes, yeah, great day.
Great day. That's a great day for that book.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're all here to buy it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, hopefully we're all here. We're not hunkered down in a bunker somewhere trying to figure out where we're going to get our next meal and everything. But no, I gotta tell you, Hidden Histories, it is a must-have book. And I'm telling you, and like I said, I like your style because you ask the why question or the who. Yeah. You don't, it's not like where you're jumping to a huge theory or whatever. You just stick with the facts and say, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't pass the Snell test. And anybody can take one of your why questions and expand upon it and then come to their own conclusion. And I like the fact.
That's what I try to do. People ask their own questions. Don't, just check and make sure I'm telling you the truth. Check the source if you want. Read alternative opinions always. But I think my book is well sourced and pretty much it's about as accurate as I could make it.
Yeah. No, like I said, it's a must-have. Especially if you listen to my show, and so I'm telling all my listeners out there, this is one you want on your bookshelf. Especially when we get into because it's a great starting point, and I love the fact that there's so much more still behind it. It's like, you introduce it, you get people, thinking, and any person with a brain who can speak for themselves, who hasn't fallen under the control yet, the Kardashian control or whatever it's out there these days, then it gets your juices going, and then you can start rolling up your sleeves and start coming to your own conclusions. So, Don, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for staying up. And of course, I'll be in touch with you, my friend. And,
thanks. I look forward to it. Thanks for having me, Jeff.
Yeah, not a problem. Take care of yourself. Be well.
Okay. You too.
Yeah. Bye now. There you go. Author Don Jeffries. No, seriously, guys, I don't think you've ever heard me say this is a book you have to have in your bookshelf. But I'm telling you, this is a book. Hidden Histories by Don Jeffries is a book that you have to get in your book. It is. Go to Amazon. And for those that here, I'm just going to go down the list. I didn't want to waste Don's time. I'll waste yours. I didn't want to waste Don's time on the book. But let me tell you what this book covers. And he did it really well because he did it in such a fashion in which he's asking the why. And in this, he's not coming up to the conclusions. He's not telling you what the conspiracy is. He's just, he looks at the things that are missing, the things that don't make sense. So of course we talk about John F. K., false opposition, the real impact of the 60s, the assassination of Martin Luther King, Chappaquiddick, Watergate, the shooting of George Wallace. I didn't know there was any issues around there. Congress final looks at the CIA. So he talks about the CIA, House Select Committee on Assassinations, right wing under the Reagan years. He talks about Reagan's assassination attempt, Reagan's distorted record, October surprise on Iran-Contra, the Inslaw scandal, Bo Gritz and the drug trade, Reagan's body count, the death of R. Buddy Dyer, Rex 84. So there's some things in here I haven't heard before. Taxpayers rebellion, and of course Reagan, the family man. Then he gets into Bush, Operation Watchtower, Operation Desert Storm, the PLW MIA cover up. There you go. Bush body count, Ross Perot's campaign, Chapter 6, Clinton years. Now we're getting in Clinton, Ruby Ridge, Vince Foster, Waco, Ron Brown, Janet Reno, the Clinton body count. You ever heard that song, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor? That's what it just sounds like that. Oklahoma City, Flight 800, which we didn't even get into. I wanted to tonight. Starbucks murder, Kenneth Starr, of course, Clinton body count. Then he has a whole section on the JFK Jr. And like I said, as a pilot, I don't believe what I've read so far. And then Chapter 8, vote scan, voter fraud. Of course, Bush body carries on. The death of Lori Kaliski. 9/11 is on Chapter 9. Al-Qaeda, dead and missing scientists, Paul Wellstone, invasion and occupation of Iraq, and George Webb, more body count. You see the underlying theme here. Obama, a body count, the killing of bin Laden, tax scams, NDAA, and other sordid niceties, Obama body count, media and celebrity fawning. Chapter 12, the Franklin cover-up, child sex scandals, death in Williams Kobe, Satan's military connection, McMartin preschool, the Finders, Child Protective Services. Then we get into world government, New World Order, the Council of Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, Bohemian Grove. Chapter 14, the whole chapter on the Federal Reserve and fractional banking. Chapter 15, the big charity, boondoggle. Chapter 16, the injustice system. So there you go. We were talking about that last night, the justice system. And then chapter 17, where do we stand now? Just a litany of conspiracies. Pretty much all of the majors, right? And a few minors. Just an incredible book. Just an incredible book. If you're into this stuff, I would almost say it's almost like a lexicon. It's a starting point. And then, of course, from there, you guys can get into a little bit deeper into more subject matter and everything. Let's do this. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to reboot the system. We'll take your calls. We're going to open up the phone lines. Go ahead. Well, you can't dial in right now. I have to start the hybrid, but the number is 352-388-3900. Let's give me about a 2-minute break or so. And then after that break, we will actually a 4-minute break is what it's saying on the computer. So we'll take a 4-minute break. We'll come back. I'll reboot the system. And with that, you guys can then start calling at 352-388-3900. And it will be open topic, your topics, whatever you want to talk about tonight. And we'll just kind of see how it goes. So 4 minutes. Be back. That is right, Andrew. This is, thank you, right on the head, didn't I? That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or, of course, on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Now, the phone lines are open, so the way this is going to roll, guys, is it's open lines. Any topic you want to talk about, 352-388-3900. First come, first serve. I do ask, give it a few for some of you callers that call in all the time. Give it a few minutes. Let people kind of trickle in who do not normally call in. Let's be respectful. I'm going to put the number up there again, once again. It's 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you. The phone lines are now open. And let's see who calls in. We'll see. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think about tonight's show? I enjoyed it. There's just so much. Like I said, that Don, with his books, he pretty much covers every major conspiracy that I can think of. There's some minor ones and ones that are specific to maybe, genres, like Mark Spiegel or whatever is a good one. But, what do you guys think? What is the one conspiracy that irks you the most? The one that you would, if you were given a pass, if you were given insight, and you were told that you could literally get the truth about one conspiracy, what would that be? You can only have one. You only get one. You can put it in the chat room, or, of course, you can give us a call. I'd love to hear from you. But if you are bashful, I will tell you. You can put it in the chat room. I will answer it. I'm going to bring this down here so I can see when you do call, if anybody calls in. But what is the Warsh? I won't be able to check the emails. I'm doing a show, man. Gal. I don't know what. Doing a show. And, peroxide. When we talk about Pizzagate, we've talked about that extensively on this show. And, I didn't believe it when I was on the election coverage. We were doing a roundtable and I heard a lot of this stuff. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. It wasn't until I reached out to a buddy of mine who's in computer crimes at the FBI. And part of what they do also is they obviously look at pedophilia, people that they've caught for that. And I asked them point blank, I said, did you see these emails from Podesta? And the response back was not going to comment. He couldn't comment specifically about the emails. But I said, are there code words, and are those code words? And he said, absolutely. So that made me think that there was something here. So then the following night, I was enlightened even more. You talk about Podesta. Podesta, who is Clinton's chief of staff. So you don't get any higher than the chief of staff in politics other than the politician. So, you have the politician, chief of staff is right behind the politician, right? They're the ones that are advising the people. So you don't get, and you can't tell me, I mean, these emails that are going around with Clinton and everybody, they're talking about pizzas. There's like 45 emails. Literally, these people are obsessed with pizzas and pasta. So there's something else going on here. And if you read the emails on a WikiLeaks and you read those, you read those emails, and I'm going to get the wiener here in a second. When you read those emails, it's not natural speech. It's not. So there's something there. Now you talk about Anthony Weiner. I, without a doubt, think that Weiner's involved in this. I, without a doubt, think that he is, I don't want to say the scapegoat, but he's just dumb. I believe that his addiction has gotten him in trouble. I will tell you that Podesta's addiction, I think, is going to get him in trouble now. Now, Podesta is one of these guys who probably, let's face it. Weiner is kind of blacklisted, right? So he can't go out in public and do what Podesta is doing. Podesta is getting his thrill on by going to the pizza joint and going into the back room. Weiner doesn't have that luxury anymore because of his notoriety and the people, he's outed. He's outed as a sexual predator or as a sexual deviant. And so he couldn't do that. So he was doing this is all my theory. This is my theory. He was doing the next best thing, which is the internet. But, he screwed that up too and stuff. But do I really believe? Oh, absolutely. I believe that there is evil. You got the Lolita Express, Jeffrey Epstein's island, which Bill Clinton went down there 26 times, which, you got to understand, this is not conjecture. Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted and found guilty and is on the sexual predator list. He has to register as a sexual deviant or whatever you want to call it. And he ran the sex island. He ran the sex island. And you got Bill Clinton going down there 26 times. Did you not see the picture of Bill Clinton yesterday that Anonymous released? Getting a massage, naked, sitting on a bed with a blonde who's not Hillary. You guys not see that picture? Anonymous released it. So I'm a firm believer that that there is in Pizzagate. Yeah, absolutely. I believe the evidence is just, to me, it's, I don't want to say circumstantial, but anybody with a brain would come to the right conclusion. And the problem is they're not offering an answer. They're not offering an answer. There's a picture of John Podesta holding up his hands and, look, I'll show you. I don't have a problem. I'm going to bring this one up. Just give me a second. Let me get it loaded up here, because I think it's very important that you see this for those that have not seen it. And I'm going to explain to you the significance of this picture. I want to move. Give me a second here. Because I want you guys, I want you to see the whole picture. So there you go. So there's John Podesta. He is holding up in his hand, or his hands up, right? And you see the fish. You guys see the fish? And you see the 14. All right. What that means is, in Egyptian mythology, there was a king, ruler, god king. They were all god kings. Isis. Not the ISIS that we're fighting, but Isis. When Isis was dethroned, his body was chopped up and dispersed throughout Egypt. And I'm just doing the high part, the high mythology here. There you go. So when Isis's mother heard of this, she told her workers or her servants to gather up his body because, of course, ice is being chopped up, couldn't go on into the afterlife. So they were able to gather up all of his body, all 13 parts. All 13 parts. There was one part that was missing, and that's the 14th part, which was his genitalia, right? His genitalia. And the story goes, the reason why his genitalia was never found is because it was eaten by a fish. So here you are, you have Podesta at the pizza joint he's at the pizza joint that is in question, that has the back room, the supposed back room where you can order children, part of a sex ring. And I hope they sue me. I really do, because one or two things are going to happen for saying this on the air. I really do. I hope they send their dogs after me. Yeah, I really do. So I don't have a problem with this. So they send, he has a, fish with 14. So basically he's saying that he ate genitalia and he's grinning about it ear to ear. Now, I've blown this picture up, and I will tell you, those are markers. Those aren't imposed. Those aren't anything like that. He drew those markers on his hand and said fish 14. That is what that's almost what we elected in the office of the White House. Now, I want to show you guys another one. This should be also equally disturbing. And let me see if I'll just bring this one up here. Because this is the pizza joint. When we talk about the pizza joint, that this all supposedly happened. Now, I'm going to bring this image up, and then I want to bring up one more image. And I'm going to let you come to your own conclusion. But when I saw this was, you talk about keeping it in plain sight, right? These guys, these Satanists, these devil worshiping Satanists. This is the logo. That's right, for Comet Pizza. See the logo here? It's coming. So this is the logo. Right next to it, these are known symbols for pedophilia. These are known, documented symbols for pedophilia. See the B logo, aka boy lover? Look familiar? You see that? That is, and then of course they changed their logo. But that is their logo before they were called out. That is one of the, I don't want to say sickest things, but that is definitely sick. Now, I want to share something else with you. Now, this will actually, someone asked, is Anthony Weiner part of this, or is he a fall guy? This, what I'm going to show you is the artist representation from witness testimony or witness representation of the Madeleine McCann missing child story. This is, if you look at it, that's Anthony Weiner. This is the composite sketch. Look familiar? The gentlemen, these are the people that when they did the composite sketches of the abductors of Madeleine McCann, These are the composite sketches. See Anthony Weiner there at the bottom? See Andy Podesta, which is John Podesta's brother, in the middle, and then John Podesta's here is on the right. And then the drawings of them are up on the left. I don't know. Would you guys not have questions based upon that? Now, I'm going to tell you guys, when I started to do these shows, one of my commitments, and that's why it's very important, if you like what we're doing here, if you like our shows and the type of shows we do, you got to tell your friends and family about us. And the reason being is because we do the late night shows, but we are not going to shy away from the controversial topics either. I don't have a red phone under my desk to tell me to shut up. Can't talk about this. And I never will. When we were talking to go to syndication, I made it perfectly clear to the syndicating company that this is my show and I will talk about what I want to talk about. And it won't be, we won't drop the F-bombs and all that stuff. We'll keep it clean and we'll keep it intelligent. But do you not see this is why, our show is important, because we're going to be bringing to mainstream this type of conversation. Can you imagine talking about this on iHeartRadio? Can you imagine someone on iHeartRadio talking about it? I'm just pointing out there, it's uncanny, guys. It's uncanny. One of the other things that we talked about tonight, and if you guys came in late or you came in earlier, if you listen to the full show, we talk about John Podesta and the fact that he has a painting in the back of his office that this is in his government office, is a painting of two men sitting around a dinner table eating another man. This is a picture of Podesta as he's being interviewed. That he's being interviewed. I don't know why to answer why they targeted McCain. I mean, they target. Look, there's 1,400 Americans. I want to say just in America, not in the world. There's 1,400 Americans that disappear every day in the United States. 900 of those or so are children every day. So I can't tell you because they're sick. But this is in his office. He has this painting. And when questioned about it, he says, I'd rather be the guys eating than the guy being eaten. Well, of course, you freaking knucklehead, sicko. But that is, I want to share that with you because this is the guy who is next to, or was going to be next to the president of the United States. Thank God, Sheila. This is what did it for me. It was because of this relationship that I was done. I wasn't going to vote for Hillary anyways. I was going to vote for a third party. But I will tell you, after seeing this, I said, I have to vote for Trump. Because I have to make sure that there's no chance that Hillary Clinton gets in the office. None whatsoever. We talked about it earlier today, or earlier on the thing. This is a picture, and I have to warn you, it's graphic. I probably should have warned you before I threw it up there. But this is a picture of, on the left-hand side, you will see Jeffrey Dahmer, one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims. This is the pose in which he put the body. This is the pose in which Jeffrey Dahmer placed the body of his victim when he killed him. Right? This is the artwork, what you're seeing, which was inspired by that pose. They actually took Jeffrey Dahmer's victim and hired a artist to, I want to say inspired this painting. And they talk about it openly. This is not conspiracy. They talk about this openly. All right. Now you tell me, Are these the type of individuals that you want in your White House? Thank God they got voted out. Thank God they got voted out. I am so happy that the American people stood up and did something about it. Yeah. I mean, he needs to be questioned at the very least, right? But of course, this was the chief of staff. He's the chief of staff. Now, one of the things too, and I can't show it. Let me see if I can blow it up here, because I want to show you this. There's a process that they were doing, and it was called spirit cooking. And in spirit cooking, you prick your middle left finger to feel the pain. It's part of the ceremony. It's part of the ceremony. Now, if you look at the picture here with the fish, you'll see that his middle left finger is pricked. You guys see that? Or he has a Band-Aid on it. So, and there are emails where he, in his email trove, where he has been asked to participate in this ceremony, the spirit cooking ceremony. And so that is what they have done. And the saying, I guess, in the spirit cooking is, with a sharp knife, cut deeply into the middle finger of your left hand and eat the pain. That's exactly what they do, or what the artist who does this, and you guys can do your own research on this. But Marina Abramvaki, or Abramvaki, that's spelled Abramovic. Marina Abramvaki, and there's a picture of her holding a goat's head. And this is stuff, dude, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. These were the future leaders of our country. And they do go to Bohemian Grove, and they do worship the owl Moloch. It's out there. It's out there. Now, I can tell you that this is some really sick stuff. You need to just do your own research on it. I will let you come to your own conclusion, but this is definitely some sick stuff. And that's what made me, instead of, like I said, I was, I'm a third party. I'm a libertarian. I believe in limited government, but I do believe in a little bit of social. We got to take care of people, right? But I will tell you that when I saw this is when I said, I am not going to just vote my libertarian or do a write-in. I have to vote for Trump to keep Hillary completely out of the opportunity to become president of the United States. But yeah, do your own research. This is crazy. I couldn't make this stuff up, guys and gals. This is some sick stuff. Now, the other thing too is I want to, we hit on it a little bit earlier, and I know that my good friends over at Turn are working on it. TURN, the Truth Network. They've been talking about it extensively in their work. But one of the things that we were talking about was this color purple. I don't know if you guys saw the the purple as far as, you had Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton come out wearing purple the day that they conceded, or the night after. And they've been wearing purple ever since. And the movement from George Soros is called the Purple Movement. Right? Now, they came out and said, and most Americans bought this, but I'm a firm believer that that there's a hidden message here. So it didn't take me long. And, obviously the Podestas and those guys are in the cult, which, chief of staff, think about it. Your chief of staff, your right-hand person, the person you trust with your political futures in the occult, and you don't know about it. It's not, come on. Of course they know about it. And I would venture to say that I'll just come out and say, I believe that Hillary's in on it. There's long documented history of politicians being involved in the occult. Long. Nancy Reagan, she had her astrologer. I mean, there's a long history of it. So I don't believe that the purple, they came out and they said basically Clinton and his Clintons came out and said, we're wearing purple because we're red and blue and we come together and we're going to be one strong country, one purple country. Do you honestly believe that? Or do you believe more that, if freaking Hillary Clinton could chop Donald Trump's head off right now, she would? I mean, what do you believe? What do you think's the most likely scenario? You think that she gracious, that she didn't even concede. She sent Podesta out to concede for the pedophile, the cannibalist, the sicko. She didn't even go out and do it. Rumor has it she was too busy throwing things and yelling at her staff. But that's another unconfirmed story. So the next day they come out in purple. Soros's movement is called the purple movement. Well, let me tell you what the color purple means in the occult world. Color purple means psychic ability, wisdom, divination, which means, conjuring, remove curses, healing, psychic work, business success, to influence people of power, powerful color with the energies that can be difficult to manage. It can be used to incite others to tyranny. I want you to see this. It can be used to incited others to tyranny. Abuse of power, idealism, and influence people who have power over you. Get great for inviting sadness and resentment in others. Jupiter or whatever, the purple crown chakra, whatever. So you think there's a little code message going on there? You got George Soros, who's out there buying or paying for protesters. You have the Clintons wearing purple in their occultist world, trying to insult or to incite tyranny. I know a lot of people who sit there, sensible people will be like, it's a stretch. Look, I get it. The problem is they believe it. And we have to make sure that we do a better job, us, because our newspapers ain't going to do it. Our, Clinton News Network's not going to do it. We, as people, as citizens, need to make sure we do a better job to vet these people. And I'm a firm believer. I don't think Trump is much better. I'm just going to say it. I really don't. But at least we can't dig up. And trust me, there are people digging. Now, him and Jeffrey Epstein are really good friends. So there's a concerning part right there. That's very concerning. That in itself raises red flags. But I don't know. We're still looking. And there are some pretty good people over at the TURN network here on YouTube. the underground truth movement, they're looking. You'll see them out here. Actually, they come and visit me every once in a while here on the show, and I appreciate them popping in. But you got to get there and listen to their stuff, because it is, it's just scary stuff. And they're doing some huge research and everything. Yeah, it's sad. And you talk about the children and stuff in Haiti. I mean, most of the child where the kids are getting snatched up are in Haiti. Who's in Haiti? Who did a big investment in Haiti, or supposed investment? But it's funny because the Haitian people don't want the Clintons anywhere near their country. Yeah. So I'll just let you know. It is sick. It is sad, but unfortunately it is the truth. It is the truth. It is very, very sad. If you guys would like to call in, I haven't seen anybody call. The number is 352-388-3900 in the last few minutes. We'll leave the phone lines open here for the next 3 minutes. For the next 3 minutes. Love to hear from you. Number once again is 352-388-3900. Anyone? I feel like, what, Bueller? I really do. I feel like Mr. Bueller. I'm watching chat. I'm watching you guys in chat. So I will tell you, tomorrow on the show, we're going to have Rick McCollum, and they are with the Hollywood Ghost Hunters. And I will let you know that Rick has been a Hollywood stuntman and coordinator for over 25 years. He's going to be joining us tomorrow, so we're going to be talking about that. But the Hollywood Ghost Hunters, going to be interesting. It's going to be a fun show. I look forward to it as we wrap up the weekends. We do have guests lined up for the following week, but like I said, we're kind of holding them close to our vest, because a couple of them are going to knock your socks off when you guys hear who these guys are. But we're still waiting for confirmation. No, Peroxide, I did not cancel did you cancel your haunted house visit per your story? No. I'm not running away from anything. Peroxide. No. See, the thing is that, I know the world's full of evil, and I know that there's evil things that want to do us harm. I'm not going to run away from it. I just needed to make sure that I had the right armor before I go into battle. I'm not running away from it. I'm still going to do my show. But, and for those that don't know what Peroxide is talking about in the chat room, there's two places. I want to do it all over the world. And, we're building our network. We're getting our show going here. But Sandy and I have talked, our boat, we were going to take people out in the Gulf and let them look at UFOs and stuff out in the Gulf. Well, Mother Nature or some other entity, maybe God himself, reached down and picked a 10-ton boat up and threw it up on the dock and destroyed it. The boat is pretty much gone. The boat is gone. So what Sandy and I, there's some financial things, because we are going through a transition, going from doing our consulting to doing radio full time. So it's a huge financial change. It really, Really is. But one of the things that we are going to do is that we are looking for an RV or something, a land yacht, as Sandy would say. And we are going to travel this great country, going from city to city, town to town, visiting haunted houses, meeting with people, sitting in diners, talking to people, and doing kind of like a tour of this world. And we're going to be broadcasting our show live from the road. That was one thing we're going to do. It's something that's probably going to happen. Not, it's going to be a year or so. We got to build the show, but we will be doing that. But going back to Peroxide, one of the things is that for those in the chat room, there's two buildings in Ohio, which have a long standing history of being very haunted. And what I'm going to do is, because I believe in the science of this, I am going to put on an EEG, which do my brain waves, and also an EKG, which will monitor my heart, my vitals. And I am going to do a show locked in by myself in these buildings. And then we will take calls. We'll do all sorts of things, but I'm the only one there, and I'm going to give an honest assessment. I already found the company, the EEG. They have a web interface so you can actually see the brainwaves live. It's going to be cool. And so we're going to travel this country, and we're going to do these shows. It is coming. It is coming to a town near you. And then we're going to meet with our fans and, sit down. But the main thing is that we would love to. I've always said this show is akin to a dinner kind of scenario where we sit down and have dinner and talk about esoteric topics. And that's what we would like to do. We're going to come out to a community, to your community, and we're going to do that. We're going to, load up the busmobile, right? But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Well, like I said, and what happened to me, or what is going on, when you look at them, they look at you. The problem is I didn't have the tools. I didn't have the equipment. Didn't have the armor. I have the armor now. Not worried about it. Not a concern. Not a concern in the world. Concerned, but not concerned for my safety. Because I know who protects me. And so, but that is what we are going to be doing here in the near future. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I haven't heard back from those. So Peroxide, get with the people that were supposed to be arranging that and let me know. I haven't heard from them. I haven't gotten any emails or anything. But yeah, we're going to do that. I want to go to these. Part of going to these places too is hopefully we can cleanse them. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what God has in store for me, what I'm going to do as far as that goes. If he's going to give me that ability, that gift, maybe we can help people. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing, we're not going to do it for points or ratings or anything like that. I'm not into that. We're just going to be honest to God, just show up, honest to God, just going to show up and do our thing, do our show. It just happens that we're going to do it in haunted places throughout this great nation of ours. So, but that will, hopefully that answer your question. Is there any other questions that you might have for me? I would love, this is the best time to ask as we wind down the evening. It's been a fun week, guys. I really enjoyed it. It was the weekend was kind of crazy. I will tell you that much. Last weekend was really crazy, but it is now Friday. And, so tonight, like I said, we're going to have Rick McCollum on. He's going to be joining us. LA Ghost Hunter. It's going to be a fun show. Thoroughly look forward to that one. Is there any other going ones? I feel like Bueller, Bueller, anyone? All right, guys. I just want to say, hey, I appreciate it. Hey, have you gotten any dark feelings from any of your guests? No, I haven't had, not any, I haven't had any dark, well, we had that one that really rocked my world where I thought I was talking that I thought it was cool that I was talking, and that goes back to what happened on Monday, where I thought I was talking to higher beings and come to find out I wasn't. And so, but no, I've never had a dark feeling, from any of my guests. No. Nope. And as far as HARP, chemtrails, and next rat, okay. So yeah, HARP, we can talk about that. HARP is pretty much dead. Yeah. HARP is pretty much dead. They're pretty much defunct. They lost their funding. Because I believe there's better technology, right? Chemtrails, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I looked at some of the research in chemtrails, and there's Morgellons, there's aluminum, there's some, I know a lot of it is fuel dump, but there is definitely some chemtrail. There is definitely some high altitude aerosol spraying going on. I agree with that. What they're doing, some people think that they're terraforming. Other people think that they're giving us drugs. I think there's enough drugs in our base water supply to begin with, but and in our food. But there is definitely some correlation there. NextRad, don't know enough about the NextRad. I know NextRad is the radar, but I will tell you this, is that whenever, you incite molecules, I had the experience, the unfortunate experience of walking in front of a microwave antenna as it was running. And I will tell you, it's not something you want to do. It will cook you, literally. And it actually cause your fluid in your eye to boil. Now, luckily, I knew instantly what was going on, so the exposure was pretty limited. But yeah, but you can use the microwave to actually, it's the same microwave that you have in your house. It's just, a lot more powerful. You can use the microwave to heat up the atmosphere. It's simple stuff. I mean, you turn on your microwave when you cook your popcorn. What you're doing is you're heating up through vibration the water molecules, which are rubbing together, which are creating friction. Friction creates heat then cooks, right? That's why when you cook meat in a microwave, it's dry, because you're cooking all the water out of it and stuff. So that's with the NextRad. Yeah, there's lightning over. Yeah, the blue lightning over the. You've got to remember the Earth. The Earth is energy. We are energy. And the amount of energy, especially when you have a earthquake or you have any kind of weather event, any kind of event, the amount of energy that's generated is unimaginable. See, we lose touch with that because we think, well, it's two rocks grinding, right? But no, there's a huge amount of energy released. Look at a thunderstorm. Look at all that. So, to have lightning and to have, auras and, I don't know how much methane was released, right? How much gas. There is enough methane at the bottom of the ocean because it's under a tremendous amount of pressure and it's cold. If it was released, we would all die instantly. Because there would be no oxygen. It would replace the oxygen. And so, I heard that. I actually saw the pictures. It's pretty crazy. A lot of energy. Yeah. I think anywhere where you have massive amount of, when the earth upheaves and stuff, you're giving off just a tremendous amount of energy. And it would be, I could see that. See that. So, well, my friends, it is time to say good night, au revoir, or whatever they say. I just want to let you guys know I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us, Jeremy and Debbie and everybody in Spreaker and everybody in YouTube. I appreciate it very much. I think you guys do lend a tremendous amount of value to the show. I enjoy your comments. I appreciate the fact you guys trying to make me laugh during the show. Thank you guys. That was pretty funny. And everything. I really, that was kind of funny, guys. I do appreciate it. I do like I will tell you this. I do like, what am I typing? I got to make sure I'm typing it in the right spot. And I'll tell you, no matter how big we grow this show, I will always remember you. I do like that one where you guys mooned me. Thank you. I appreciate the moon. If we can't have fun, what good is life, right? We must have fun. Life is too short. Make sure you get out there and you enjoy it. But more importantly, be well, be safe. And if you are anything in this world, make sure you are what my good friend Ed Roman has to say. Make sure you are love. Be love.
Spaceship lunchbox and a bathtub full of Lego. And I didn't believe you when somebody said that he fled with Jimi Hendrix to a UFO type base camp up on Machu Picchu. Up on Machu Picchu. I said, excuse me, it's not my fault. He's playing the crime so he can't get caught. I said, excuse me, I must confess. Well, give me 2 words. Well, in my defense, laughing mad. I'm laughing mad. Laughing mad. There's a red hot stove down in Pittsburgh going out hard like a cherry pie. Call me a fibber, call me a liar, say it to my face. Like a cross between Benjamin Franklin and Ian Pace. And I didn't believe the man from MI6 living out in the sticks, who souped up his side by side like Evel Knievel. Just like Evel Knievel. I said, excuse me, it's not my fault. He's playing the crime so he can't get caught. I said, excuse me, I must confess. Well, give me 2 words. Well, in my defense, laughing mad. I'm laughing mad. I'm laughing mad. Laughing mad. Today, you see my nerves are shattered, tired, tattered, beginning to fray. Just like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, realizing only now you're caught in someone else's claws. And I didn't believe in myself, if no one else, to be making voodoo music in some small town way up in Canada. Way up in Canada. I said, excuse me, it's not my fault. He's playing the crime so he can't get caught. I said, excuse me, I must confess. Well, give me 2 words. Well, in my defense, laughing mad. Well, I'm laughing mad. Well, I'm laughing mad. Laughing mad. Hey, did I ever tell you that I grew up with Red Omen? Boy, was he a neat kid.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.